Gentlemen, today's public notice was disseminated for today's public meeting. The San Miguel County Board of Commissioners will hold a regular monthly meeting on Tuesday, September 10th, 2019, beginning at 2 p.m. at the Administration Complex located at 500 West National Avenue, Suite 200, Las Vegas, New Mexico 87701. During the meeting, a County Board of Finance meeting will take place. Notice to people with disabilities. If you are an individual with a disability who is in need of a reader, amplifier, qualified sign language interpreter, or any form of auxiliary aid or service to attend or participate in the hearing or meeting, please contact the San Miguel County Manager's Office at 505-425-9333 at least 1 week prior to the meeting or as soon as possible. Public documents, including the agenda and minutes, can be provided in various accessible formats. Please contact the Commission Administrator at the above number if a summary or any type of accessible format is needed. This notice was published in the Las Vegas Optic August 23rd, 2019, and it was also posted on the San Miguel County website at www.co.sanmiguel.nm.us August 20th, 2019. At least 72 hours in advance of the meeting, the following agenda for today's meeting was posted and available for public inspection on the San Miguel County's website at www.co.sanmiguel.nm.us and also available in hard copy at the office of the County Manager. Call to order, please. Roll call.
Madam Maria Martinez.
Here.
Vice Chair Harold Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Janice Varela.
Presente.
Commissioner Max Trujillo.
Here.
Commissioner Chris Nahar.
Here.
A quorum has been established. Commissioner Trujillo, can you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the symbol of friendship
Among united cultures. Before we proceed to approval of the agenda, has been brought to my attention to see if we could move up item number 2.
We'll do
No,
item 3.
Item 3. Item number 3, resolution number 09-10-2019, cancer awareness, to item number 1. Do I have a motion?
So move, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Nahar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Do I have approval for the agenda?
So move, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Next on the agenda, I have approval of minutes for July 29th, 2019 special meeting and August 13th, 2009 regular meeting. Can I have a motion for approval of?
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Nahar, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. I'm going to request that we have a motion to approve the minutes for the August 13 regular meeting.
So move, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to public input. Before we begin public input, I'm going to read a little bit to the individuals that will be speaking on behalf of public input. But first of all, I will have Mr. Romero say a few words.
Madam Chair, members of the audience, thank you all for being here. Full house is fantastic for citizen participation. chairperson is talking about is, for most of you, I feel you're here probably on the mining resolution and the mining ordinance. Now, these are two different documents, and instead of just talking about it in citizen input, it's important from a legal standpoint that we have your voice on the official record, so that if I have to defend any part of it, then we have your testimony as evidence. And the first part, the resolution, will be carried by its sponsor, Commissioner Varela, and she will read it, and the commissioners will discuss it and then vote on it. If it is approved, then we go to the second part, which is the ordinance, the law, which is a moratorium. The moratorium is simply that we are postponing and abating all rules and regulations so that if any pertains to mining, hard rock mining, so that if any mining company came here and asked permission for variances and such to mine, then this moratorium would give the county the power to say, no, currently the laws that apply to that are stayed, while the county and its staff look at new rules, new regulations, so that we can make sure that whatever ordinances we have are up to date and full power. So, in the second part of the discussion, that's where we will allow you to come forward and essentially tell the commission on the record how you feel about the ordinance and the resolution. And that way, when I go to court, I will have volumes of information to show to the judge.
So with that being said, we'll move forward to public input forum. First on the agenda, before we start the agenda, I'm gonna read a little bit to you all, so you all understand what will take place. An individual wanting to speak for public input forum must register to speak and have signed up on the public input forum. Individuals wanting to speak or address the commission during public input item must sign in on the public input forum prior to the commission approving the day's agenda. Recognized speakers are allowed to speak on items relevant to county business and responsibilities. In order to promote orderly, effective meeting respectful to everyone's time, county chairwoman may recognize individuals who have signed up to speak. Recognized speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. There's a time clock on the wall there that you will see. Recognized speakers shall be permitted to speak no more than one time. No rebuttals to the comments by others will be permitted. Comments, applause, and other interruptions from the audience shall not be allowed. In order to promote orderly meeting so attendees feel safe and secure in their attendance, threatening, abusive comments that disrupt the meeting shall not be allowed. All speakers shall address the Board of County Commission, mention their name, and then speak on the issue from the podium. First on the agenda, we have Manuel J. Garcia.
Let me remind everybody again, this part is just citizen input. If you have something to say about the mining resolution or ordinance, you need to wait till the ordinance time and we'll have a hearing at that time.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Manuel Garcia, and today's topic is government responsibility. Sometimes people make mistakes in their jobs in their official capacity. We all make mistakes. Humans make mistakes. Some people admit to their mistakes. Others lie about their mistakes. So if you lie in your work, i.e. in your official capacity, it could be a mistake or it could be an outright lie. But if you admit to the lie or correct the mistake, then you have done right. I think everybody understands that. But if you lie or cover up then you go down the wrong road. That is bad because the cover-up is where people are caught criminally. It is unlawful to lie to a court or to a government or to a grand jury or the FBI, and I think generally people understand that. Remember what happened to President Clinton and President Nixon way back in the days, if you're old enough like me and some of the people in the community? It was the cover-up attempts that really hurt them. So please make sure that you do not destroy any pertinent documents to the C-53B road. I have asked you to protect those documents from spoliation or destruction, and additionally, make sure that the documents that are in your control are not destroyed. It's very important to keep documents. There's different laws about that, about how long to keep the documents. But let's make sure that we run San Miguel County as honestly and as truthfully as we can. That way we stay out of trouble and we treat the community with the respect that the community deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Next, we have Ralph Diamato. Sure.
Thank you.
First page is a rough draft of what I'm going to say the last page. This is one of my questions on the fire truck that I'd like to say.
Thank you, folks. Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Rafael D'Amato. I'm the fire chief in Roe, New Mexico. I'd like to thank the commissioners for taking time to listen to two questions, the issues I have questions on. First is the last page of the document is a 2008 fire truck, which has constantly been in for repair and failures. It's become too costly for us to repair and get diagnosed. I can no longer trust it to protect my crew because of its failure history, and I'd like to remove it from our roster and possibly market it somehow. I need your help, advice, and direction on as to how to do that. I possibly could like to trade it in for a water tender for our Roe Mesa community, which needs water. That's first issue. You can see more detail in the last page of that letter. The second issue I'd like to bring your attention and ask your help with is regarding the procurement procedures. My question is why is it that I'm advised to follow procurement procedures that are so extremely difficult for the smallest of the department essentials, yet with large cost items I'm not allowed to participate, and this has cost us tens of thousands of dollars in excessive spending. You can reference some of the smaller things that have been difficult, fixing garage doors, fixing a roof on my truck, getting equipment, very, very difficult, but yet with the large cost projects that I'm kept out of, after doing the research and knowing it's cheaper, it's 60 to 90% higher out of my fire department budget. The first reference is the new fire station that was built on Roe Mesa. My crew got bids for $115,000 to have it completed with utilities. We're not allowed to use that. It went out for bids, and only one bid came in at the tune of $180,000. I was told I had to accept it or go back to the back of the line, so I did to protect my community. Now I'm asking for construction upgrades inside that station, so I'll be eligible for a little more money in my budget. And I know I have bids for $52,000. Again, they would not be accepted. It went out for bid. The lowest bid came in at $91,000. The plans were made in January. The purchase order and procurement was done in May, and I still have not seen my contractor. Nothing has been done, no calls. I have no blueprints. I have no lights in my fire station yet. And what I'd like to ask is if this can be put out for rebid and this contractor be dismissed for lack of performance, and I can go back to the original contractors that I know I can save tens of thousands of dollars with. My goal is pretty much to get the most out of a very small budget and to help my community. And so I'm here to ask your guidance on how to do this. I know there's legal processes that I do not understand, but what I'm asking for is possibly there's a dialogue or some options or some flexibility where we can look into so that I can save money for my department and for the county and get this done. I'm not here to point any fingers. I think everybody has done the right thing by the regulations, but it's costing a lot of money that could be better put towards basic equipment for my crew and to protect my community. I thank you very much in advance for your help, and I'm available anytime you want to speak to me on this. And I thank Commissioner Varela for asking me to get up and speak here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tim Cunningham?
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Tim Cunningham. I'm an officer of the Rural Fire Department. I've been a volunteer firefighter there since 2008. We've made much progress, and I want to thank the county for all the support they've given us. It's been substantial, and we're grateful for it. Also, county roads, we're grateful for what's happening there. Everybody is doing their best for us in most areas, but there's some areas that are obviously deficient and they need to be improved. We can't afford to lose the money that we're losing. If we spend excess money on construction, that means we can't buy equipment to save lives on I-25, stabilization equipment. We have a jaws of life, but we can't keep the vehicle from rolling over on top of us. We have to depend on the neighboring fire department in Santa Fe County. Given a little more money, we can do these things. I've been getting grants, so it's not that we're lazy, but we can't spend excessive money on construction. Now, Raphael, who just spoke ahead of me, my chief, is an architect. He's supervised projects in the United States, of course, in Europe, and in the Middle East. We have another architect in our department who actually participated in the design and building of a substation in San Miguel County. We can help, but we're not asked to help. In fact, we're told to stay out of the way, and the big bills keep coming in. As a citizen, I'm very concerned. Please address this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Charlie Aleman.
Commissioners, citizens, my intention today was not to come to a meeting. I just came to talk to y'all about County Road C-59. County does not want to fix this road because I keep it locked. I'm trying to get my livestock out of there right now and I cannot. I'm driving them 10 miles to Ayalero to get them out. And while I've got some old cows back down at the end of the other place, which is 5 miles from the highway. A lot of them cattle are poor from all this great rain we've had and all this grass we got. I've tried my best to keep them up, but I can't drive them that far. That road had been neglected. It got bladed 5 years ago, and I had to go out of my way to make them bladed. Get them to bladed, should I say. It needs culverts. It might need caliche in places, I don't know. But my grandparents homesteaded here in 1880. We've been there 140 years, the family has, and boy, I tell you what, we get pretty less attendance on that place. And the reason I keep it locked is because I've had people go in there and dump refrigerators, stoves, and everything else. Right now, this cattle had to cross 2 highway fences. They had to cross 2 neighbors' fences. I've had some cattle taken. I got 8 witnesses. I got 8 cowboys helping me. We've been gathering off and on for 3 weeks. We found these cattle probably about 10, 12 miles from somebody had them ready to gather. And that's for the reason being that on one end of that place, I've got a well. I've let a neighbor pump out of there. So I keep it unlocked. Them cattle were taken, I found the tracks where the cattle were gotten out, but I lost where they went to. But if it wouldn't have been for Joe Quintana, a neighbor of me, found them cattle in there and called me up and told me I'd have probably lost them. Somebody was fixing to grab them. The calves weren't branded, the cows were, but the calves weren't. But I would appreciate if we could get this road bladed, fixed, where I can maintain, go up and down that road. I do thank you all for your time. I think that's going to be it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Fragua.
I'm on the mining issues.
Oh, okay, so you'll speak at, okay. Philip Martinez.
Philip.
So you're on presentation or you're performing? Okay, so you signed in on this one? Okay. Okay. Charlo, Loveto or Lovato? Loretto, oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you're on the mining industry too? Frank Adelo?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm just here as a citizen of Pecos right now. I'll address the mining thing later on, but I wanted to kind of thank the county for having a very consistent police presence in Pecos. It's nice to see these guys, and for the past couple of years, they've had a couple of officers out there. I know you guys are used to hearing complaints all the time, but it's nice to see that we have consistent police presence out there. Just a hint, there's heavy traffic going up the canyons on Friday afternoons and leaving the canyon on Sunday afternoons, and the speeds get pretty high going up and down at those times. And the other thing I wanted to address is that the roads out there do need some attention. Some of the county roads, Pecos has seen a kind of growth in population in the past 5 or 6 years, and well-maintained roads also means less stuff going in the river. So as part of the Upper Pecos Watershed Association, we'd like to see great maintenance on those roads. Thank you.
Thank you. So that'll conclude our public input forum. We'll move on to new business. First on the agenda, we have the presentations, which will be a presentation for retirement plaque for Lieutenant Leroy Garcia. If we can, is Mr. Garcia present? If he can come up. And Warden Mr. Matt Outwell will be presenting.
Madam Chair, Chairman, public, special day in corrections. We actually have a retirement, something that rarely happens in the field of corrections. Mr. Leroy Garcia spent 33 years as a correctional officer. He worked at the state prison. He worked in juvenile justice. He was one of the original members when they built the San Miguel County Detention Center. He's worked with San Miguel for 23 years of those 33 years. Leroy spent most of his career as a transport officer, probably one of the most jobs where you need the most detail, where you have to always be on alert and you have to be diligent in doing things right. Leroy was successful in not only his career, but he got everyone he transported back to the facility safely. Leroy's going to be missed, but it's time for him to put up the boots. It's time for his family not to worry if he's going to come home after his shift, and we'd like to wish Leroy well. But along with retiring Mr. Leroy Garcia, we're also going to retire his lieutenant badge from the ranks. We'll no longer have Lieutenant 101 on our force. It will forever be retired from the line of corrections, and that's for him to keep. His wife wasn't able to come today, but we also have a retirement boot because she's no longer going to have to worry when he puts those boots on whether he's going to come home for dinner or not. Family is the backbone of who we are and how we get through the day, and this is his family. Congratulations, Leroy.
Mr. Leroy, you will be presented with this plaque, the retirement plaque in recognition for your retirement, August 30th, 2019, San Miguel County Detention Lieutenant, Inmate Transport Corrections, Judicial Services Supervisor for 23 years and 1 month of public service. Presented on this 10th day of September by the Board of County Commissioners and County Manager of San Miguel County. This is presented to you, Mr. Garcia, on behalf of the County Commission, the managers, and everybody here at the county. We appreciate your service.
Good afternoon. All I've got to say is that I enjoyed working for the county almost 24 years. And I have a lot of respect for everybody that I've known through that tenure. And also, they've showed me a lot of respect. I'm one of the oldest ones around everywhere in the county. And I thank everybody for being so nice, respectful to me, and on my side always. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Warden, just a few words. I worked with Leroy as a sheriff and as a judge for probably 18 of those years with San Miguel County, and I agree with you, he's going to be missed. When we needed him, needed prisoners in the courtroom, he was always there. He was very reliable. And as a sheriff also, we cooperated on transports, and they're going to miss you, Leroy. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Garcia. Oh, he wants us to put his plaque. So he can put his plaque in it. Next, we have presentation 2020 census, presenter Diego Trujillo.
Madam Chair, Commission, Dr. Martinez, thank you for having me today. On August 26, James Phillips, our role addressing coordinator, and I had the honor of attending the 2019 New Mexico Counts gathering of stakeholders sponsored by the U.S. Census, the State of New Mexico, and Governor Lujan Grisham. This organizational meeting consisted of representation from what has been determined as hard to count areas in New Mexico. Keep in mind that hard to count reference. From this point forward, I'll refer to that as HTC. That'll be the theme of this presentation. Attendees were community leaders, healthcare providers, social workers, politicians, government officials, and anyone who has contact and influence with persons living in these HTC areas. It was brought to light the historically low participation rate in some New Mexico areas, the impact of low responses, and the resulting financial consequences. We learned that our county is one of those areas, responding to the last census at 62%. We are part of an ethnic and socioeconomic demographic with low response rates, that being a majority Hispanic and low-income area. This warranted our invitation and requires our immediate attention. We learned that the state and census have been working to increase New Mexico's overall participation with an emphasis on targeting those HTC areas where federal funding is vital. We had the opportunity to participate in a media and marketing symposium where we were presented strategies for all demographics, cultures, and communities. This is just one of the few resources developed to assist us as we embark on this campaign to increase our participation and receive the funding and representation the residents of San Miguel County deserve. In our presentation, we will outline the response rates and losses of our state, county, and communities, our next steps in meeting grant requirements, and our need for outreach, education, and encouragement as it pertains to the 2020 census. So what does census-related funding mean to our county and our communities? It means our healthcare, it means our schools, it means our education, it means our roads, it means our streets, it means our highways, it means our infrastructure, it means our representation at the state and federal level, it means our social program funding, and it means our public safety, all which are extremely important to our communities. On this slide, you'll notice the shading of counties. This will be a common theme across our slides, with the darker shades being the most severe. Why are low response rates considered critical in our state? The estimated 2020 New Mexico undercount is estimated to cost, yes, that's 9 digits, $620,574,404. This is 2/3 of $1 billion lost for our state if we remain to undercount at the rate that we're undercounting. That's staggering. One statistic I'd like to add to this is for every individual we don't count, we lose approximately $3,167 a year over that 10-year period. So as we move forward, we see the same New Mexico map, the same type of shading, the darkest being the low response areas. And as you can see, San Miguel County is one of those darker shaded areas, with the Boot Heel area, the southwest corner, being of the darkest shade. As I mentioned earlier in this presentation, we have a 62% response rate in the last census. As we move forward, we'll address our local losses. So in San Miguel County, our loss over the last 10 years due to undercount was $8,246,706. Our incorporated areas over the last 10 years, Pecos Village and the city of Las Vegas, Pecos was shorted $459,000 and Las Vegas just under $4 million at $3,995,000. All of you can appreciate just what every one of those dollars meant to us. So on this map, I'd like to just show, this is just one of the resources the state and the feds have given us, which allows us to zoom in to certain areas. This white area right here is the city of Las Vegas city limits. And within that area, we have two areas of concern, the southwest area of Las Vegas and the northeast corner. So just as an example, this is the type of information that's at our disposal to recognize those hard to count areas. So on this slide, I want to emphasize the ability to narrow down to a specific area. This one's kind of hard to see because of the red on red, but this is the southern portion of Las Vegas. You can see it on the TV, but we can narrow down into specific neighborhoods, blocks, and target those areas. Here's some statistics I'd like to enlighten you guys with. This is a trend across all our critical areas, but populations at risk of being uncounted. In this particular zone, 85% of the tract is Hispanic. That should be of no surprise to any of us. We are a majority-minority county, and that's pretty much consistent across all our areas, from the eastern side to the western side of the county. And another interesting fact, since the census has added 2 more means of responding to the census outside of the traditional mailing and door-to-door enumerating, they have added web submissions and phone submissions. So an interesting fact here in the southeast side of Las Vegas, between 2000 and 2017, a survey was conducted and only 49.3% of the residents in that area had that resource available to them. So that lets us know that we maybe have to open some resource centers in order to provide that opportunity to submit their census reports. Our next area is the northern part of Las Vegas. all the way out to Story Lake and across to I-25, as you can see here as well. 85% of the tract is Hispanic at a 45% rate of internet service. So that's even lower than the west side of town, which is kind of shocking. Another percentage I'd like to make you aware of is in this particular zone, 64.4% of the residents responded by mail. The alternative in 2010 was the door-to-door enumeration, which has proven to be extremely costly and ineffective and almost has no impact to the overall percentage for our area. Our next slide is the Boot Hill area, our most severe area in the county, between the county line near Pecos all the way to Villanueva, including the Gonzales Ranch and the Klein's Corners area. This is also 85% Hispanic. It has a pretty high rate considering our other zones at 53% internet. Most of us think this is not a very populated area in our county, but there's over 700 residents in that area and our lowest responding area. So it's extremely important that we get a better response rate out of that zone. So the importance of the percentage of ethnicity here is because that demographic has proven to be a historically low participation demographic, which pertains to us. So what do we have? Why do we have a historically low participation rate? So these responses were compiled by the state and the census over the last 3 years from that demographic, the Hispanic demographic. So our people seem to think that it's not important, or they're not interested. They don't trust government. The information they provide is not private or secure. They're too busy or don't know enough about it. They need to know enough about it. The impacts are, the stakes are high and the impact is great. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to do it? So recently the state has allocated through DFA $2.4 million to counties for census outreach efforts. San Miguel County is eligible for $53,441. I apologize for the transposition there. Funding must be used for a grassroots outreach effort. What I mean by a grassroots effort, it must consist of education and encouragement of our residents in our areas and all areas for that matter. So what's our objective? Our objective as the county is to our best ability increase participation within the San Miguel County hard to count areas. So we've only attended one meeting. We have more questions than answers at this point. We have some requirements we need to meet in order to obtain the funding. We're about 80% complete with that, and we should have no problem meeting the September 27th deadline. As soon as that funding is available, we plan on hitting the ground running and doing everything within our means to promote and encourage our residents to participate. I issue a challenge to everybody in this room, all residents of our county, that it's our civic duty to participate. This is funding that ensures that we have public health, public programs, or public safety. One thing that was brought up by our census rep today was the data that's obtained in these surveys are important from not only funding, but the number of vaccines that are allocated for our area when it comes to the flu shot. If we only had 300 people responding in an area where there was 1,000 people, well, they're only going to allocate and produce enough vaccine to accommodate what we told them we had. So it impacts us in more ways than we could ever imagine. So we are already fighting an uphill battle based on where we live and how we were brought up. I think it's time that we up our game and do the best we can to get as close to 90% on this next round. It's 10 years between the census, and most of us might not be here for the next one. So for our children, for our grandchildren, for those that may come behind us, it's important that everybody participate. I'm confident that your information is secure. There is no threat of anybody sharing that information. The only threat is our lack of participation and us not receiving what we have earned and what we deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have presentation from the Animal Welfare Coalition. Presenters Martina Hogan, AWC Shelter Director, and Marshall Cole, AWC Board President.
Yes, thank you, commissioners, and Chief Commissioner. We'd first like to describe some of the services that we provide to the community, including the county. We do have the contract with both the City of Las Vegas and the county to provide animal sheltering services at the city-owned shelter next to the city building. We have just passed our 6-year anniversary of running the shelter, and annually we take in somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 animals, mostly dogs. One of the biggest problems we face is the overpopulation of unwanted animals in the community. 90% of the animals that come into the shelter have no identification at all. 90% have no evidence of rabies vaccination, which is a state law, of course. And 90% of the animals that come into the shelter are intact. That is, they have not been spayed or neutered. And that is the source of the overpopulation of unwanted animals in the area. Of those animals that we take in every year, we transport 1,000 to 1,200 of the animals out of state, mostly to Colorado. They actually need animals for adoption because they are able to enforce their spaying and neutering laws there. And so we have contacts, our transport partners, with shelters and rescues up in Colorado that we know. We never transport animals to people that we don't know. So we know that these organizations are giving them good adoptive homes. We have an average daily occupation of 25 cats and 65 dogs. So those animals are rotating out all of the time. When we can, we return those animals to their guardians. Often we do not know whose animals they are, and they may not call into the shelter letting us know that they've lost an animal, so we have no way of getting that animal back to them. After 3 days, according to the ordinances, we then have custody of that animal and can plan a future for that animal. We have a 93.6% live outcome rate. That is, when an animal comes into our shelter, there's a 93.6% chance that it's going to have an adoptive home, either here in San Miguel County or elsewhere. And that includes many animals that come in injured. We have a very high vet bill because we do what we can to repair those animals and make them adoptable. We can't cover citizen veterinary bills, but for animals that we have custody of, we do cover the vet bills that would bring that animal up to being able to have a humane life. Another big program we have is spay-neuter. We have a low-cost or no-cost spay-neuter program. For $25, we do spaying and neutering of animals. They get a microchip, they get rabies vaccination, they get any other age-appropriate vaccinations that they need. We take in the animals early in the morning. You have to have an appointment with us, and then we transport the animals to Santa Fe where they're spayed or neutered and get all their vaccines, and then we transport them back to their guardians. We also do mobile clinics. This last couple of weeks ago, we had a mobile clinic where we did 50. We did 50 animals, 25 on a Saturday and almost as many on a Sunday. We bring in the vet and the surgical operation and the vet techs, and we try to make this spaying neutering available at low cost to citizens so that we can reduce this overpopulation that we're continually struggling with. So, so that's the basic range of what we do. We also have a food pantry for people who need some help getting food for their pets. Most of the food that we use is donated either in statewide and regional food pantries for pets, and we transport that here and use it in the shelter. Also, local businesses often donate bags of food that maybe have been damaged and can't be sold in the stores, but are perfectly good for the shelter. So I'm going to turn it over to Tina Holguin, who is our shelter director.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to say thank you, Mr. Garcia. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Thank you to Mr. Garcia. The AWC started this project in about 2012, and we worked closely with Mr. Garcia when he was with the county, one of the county departments. So thank you for helping us get this on the road. And here we are 6 years later. Now we're working closely with the San Miguel County Sheriff's Department, and we are very, very proud of them and the work they've done, especially in 2019, and our work with them. A couple of little details. Marshall mentioned the overall numbers for 2018. In 2018, San Miguel County Sheriff's Department brought in 169 animals to us. In terms of strays, that's just regular citizens who may have come across an animal on I-25 or dumped in their yard. That number is 228. So between San Miguel County Sheriff's Department and just regular strays from county brought in, it's 169 and 228. So those are animals that have come in specifically from county. I also want to add that we have a very high participation in our low-cost spay-neuter program from county citizens. So we're always happy to see that. And it really is pretty high. I do want to talk about recently something that many of you may have seen in the news. You've seen me on the news and a lot of other people regarding a large-scale hoarding and neglect case in San Miguel County. This has been going on for many, many years, long before 2019. I've known about it for about probably 6 years, and other places have been working on. It's been very hard to get any action, but we are really, really proud to say that as soon as our new sheriff jumped in, Sheriff Lopez, early in January 2019, he was able to get everything in place and serve the warrant on that location on January 31st. So his first month in office, which is very heartwarming to me because that shows a priority on animal welfare. What we know as people in animal welfare is that if a community is safe for animals, it's safe for people. And that's really what we need to look at, if it doesn't matter. If you don't like animals, you're not an animal person, you're not the crazy dog lady or the cat lady. If your community is safe for those animals, it's going to be safe for you and your grandparents and your children. So the Sheriff's Department really made that a priority. When we went into the scene, we had about 9 organizations. And I printed some pictures that didn't turn out as well as I thought they would. But we had about 9 organizations from across the state there because we didn't really know what we were going to expect. We ended up leaving that property with 32 animals, 4 cats, 2 goats, and the rest dogs. There were lots of other very horrible things. The conditions were miserable. Kind of the worst case scenario things that you see on TV is what we saw and was documented. The animals that we've recently gotten custody of, the dogs and the goats, were extremely non-social. They were what we would call feral animals. They were not able to interact with people, the world, and everything, and it was very, very scary for them. We immediately got in a trainer and a behaviorist to start working them. Initially, we got her in to evaluate the animals for court purposes, to document their emotional state. And of course, when you see them and you look in their eyes, you can't look away. So she's dedicated the remaining months since January to really helping them and finding resources for them, coming in to work with them. So these dogs that we thought many of them would have to be euthanized are all finding their places now because of the work that her and other volunteers have put in. The unfortunate thing about this situation, well, that's really great for these animals from January 31st. The unfortunate thing about this situation, which I know has been a great problem for the Sheriff's Department, and I'm sure all of you have received calls and emails just like we have at the AWC, is that there is another location. For this woman has another location with probably double the amount of animals. We're aware of the location and the conditions there as well, but we have no resources to accommodate those animals at this time. The intake that we took in on January 31st truly brought us to our knees. We have 32 kennels at the AWC. We received about 26 dogs. We have 12 cat kennels and we received 4 cats. The strain on resources that this intake did was really affected our organization. That being said, we also can't bring those animals into a situation because it's just going to be worse than what they're already in. If we cannot pull them from a situation that they're in that's horrible and put them into something better, then it's not responsible or humane to do that. All of us, the Sheriff's Department and ourselves, have been working nonstop for the last 6 months with national organizations across the country, ASPCA, the Humane Society of the United States, to come in and make a difference for these animals. We think we're getting close, and we've had a lot of support from the Humane Society of the United States, so we really hope that we're almost there. But as you see these things on the news, please know that you should be really proud of your county for what they've been doing, and we're really proud of the work that we've been doing alongside of them. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
Yes, if I could add one more thing, Madam Chair. One of the issues that's along with this is that not only do we need to get physical custody of these animals, but we also need to get legal custody of these animals. And we've been working with the county attorney, Mr. Romero, and the Humane Society to try to put into place whatever we need to do in the courts to make sure that we get legal custody, either concurrent with seizing the animals or shortly thereafter. Because we've had physical custody of these animals from January 31st, and we only within the last few weeks got legal custody of these animals. So that means that we can't plan for their future. We can't do anything for their benefit except just take care of them. These animals are in very difficult conditions. When you go past their kennels, they cower in the corner, and it's just heartbreaking to see these animals. And when you go past other animals, they run up to the front of the kennel and greet you and want to interact with you. These animals are wild and unsocialized, and so it's going to take a lot of effort to find a good future for them, and some of them won't make it. So, and yet,
yes, I'd like to thank you very much for your compassion and heart and for taking care of the animals. And Sheriff Lopez and your staff, thank you all for taking care of this. I know I'm hearing from residents that aren't happy with, they want more done and done yesterday, but I'm trying to assure them that the county is doing everything we can, and I want to thank you publicly, Sheriff Lopez, your staff, and of course you both for taking care of the animals in the county. I can't tell you how much that means.
thank you. And one of the things we're fighting is that the Humane Society of the United States, for example, is on hurricane duty right now. So what we're looking for is a window of opportunity where they can break free from the storm duty and address the kind of situation that we have here. So thank you very much, Commissioners.
I would also like to say thank you to you guys for the hard work you do, and also to the Sheriff's Department. I know that we have a planned meeting scheduled for, I believe it's tomorrow, to see if we can get some more resources to help out with, getting control of this situation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we move on to presentation, Chamber of Commerce update. Presenter Philip Martinez, LVSMCC.
Coach.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Thank you for having us today. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm Philip Martinez from the Las Vegas, San Miguel County Chamber of Commerce. And I spoke with you a few months ago and we talked about what we were going to do for the county. And you should have a couple of packets in front of you. And the first paragraph shows some of the deliverables that we committed to doing with your help. We've been able to complete about half of those deliverables and a couple extras that we're just that we're duplicating. So we expect to finish the other deliverables, I'd say in a couple of months. We're hoping to get them in a couple of months. So you know, if you have any questions on these deliverables, please let us know. We also have been working on quite a bit of other items, activities. We're hosting a monthly, we call it a CED meeting. It's a Community for Economic Development. We have big turnout. We have probably 34 people at any different time, businesses, organizations. It's going really well. We're making big progress. We have 3 subcommittees going on. We're working on also working on 3 or 4 other subcommittees, and they're listed. They're listed in the next page, I believe. So we think we're doing a great job. You know, if you go down the list, you can see that we're doing many things. We have a grant for a Vista volunteer who's going to be our staff member. And when we hire this staff member in November, this person's going to help us with some of the things that we've been volunteering for and doing on our own. So that's going to help us quite a bit. We also have a new, if you go down to 7 and 8, we have a new website that we're developing. It's coming along really well. Brianna Montaño Baca's been working on that with us and training us, and it's going to be user friendly where the county can actually, or where the chamber can actually modify it. Each member can add things, calendars. We have a shared calendar for other organizations, that including the county. If you want to put some of your events in that calendar, we're hoping it'll be a central calendar for the community and for the county. Or anybody that has anything going on. So that calendar is available now, and there's the website in blue right there again. And more importantly, and Brianna Montaño Baca has been helping us quite a bit. She's been volunteering her own time, her own private time to develop this website. And you'll learn a little bit more about her in the next presentation, how she's volunteering for the community, and through her job and through just volunteer work that she does on her spare time. And also we have David Luna here somewhere. David Luna was the former president, and he actually kept the chamber alive for a period of time when the chamber was not too active, and he kept it going for us. And who's that?
You have Anissa also.
Then we have Anissa. Come up, Anissa. Anissa Apodaca was also in the chamber before I became a chamber member, and she's another one that helped keep the chamber alive, and we're glad to have her. And she's with Rural Surgical Associates. They work with surgeons that travel from place to place. They come to our city and they rotate. They come to Alta Vista, they rotate, they provide a service. So we're glad to have her. And we have some other members there on the second page, and those members are very active and very aggressive. So we're moving forward. I can tell you that the dollars that the county has paid us so far, we haven't had to tap into them. We've been self-sufficient. We're close, but we have not had to tap into those dollars yet. So we still have dollars available, and We hope they'll last a little bit longer. We also have dollars available when we complete the rest of the deliverables. More importantly, number 8, we're working on a domain that's going to help the county, organizations, and the city, and Brianna will talk a little bit more about it. There's a flyer here. I think you all have it. I passed it out a little bit ago.
Hi, once again, my name is Brianna, and my full-time job is the Small Business Development Center Associate Director. I'm up at Luna with Don Bustos, and we were approached to kind of help with getting small businesses created here in the community and how our resources can be of assistance. But outside of that, I'm really passionate about our community and the County of San Miguel, and I wanted to donate my own time to put effort that I saw a need that we are not capitalizing on marketing Las Vegas, not simply to tourists, but our community at large, of having a positive perception that there's great things going on within our community and keeping them educated on what's happening. So we're looking into purchasing, and the county's done great efforts, the city's done great efforts, but I don't think we're capitalizing on having a one-stop shop website for residents and tourists alike to be able to find information, stay up to date with information, and provide resources. So we're looking into options of purchasing www.lasvegasnm.com. You guys can visit santafenm.com and see what they're doing. It's more of an advertising platform for local businesses because they have the capacity to do that. We're looking at more of a free services for our businesses and resources and organizations. And I just feel strongly, and in talking with our Committee for Economic Development, we're going to come up with a marketing committee. We're going to bring the city in, we're going to bring the county of who's doing the marketing for our area, and then really start having a partnership of collaborating efforts. LBFIBA, Independent Business Alliance, they do a visitor's guide, so they're doing efforts there. Other organizations are trying to do this, but it's very daunting, so we're going to work together to put a committee together to hopefully be able, and I know it's really small, I can't see it, but have a Las Vegas, New Mexico website that's a one-stop shop portal for anything and everything as far as resources, shopping, our galleries, our calendar of events, things to do in this area, because I'm surprised to learn that millennials like me, Gen Zers, we're wanting to just get out of here and go to Rio Rancho to do the next big thing, but there's plenty going on within our community and we're just not educating them. Thank you.
Yes, and again, if you go to our other website, you can see what we're working on in the calendar, and but this is going to be extraordinary, this new website that we're working on, and it's going to be easy to find. Type it, it's going to pop up. Once we get it going, it's going to be one of the first things that pops up when you look for Las Vegas, New Mexico. So.
I just have a comment, Mr. Martinez and crew, the Las Vegas San Miguel County Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank you for your work, and thank you for helping and changing the narrative of Las Vegas and San Miguel County. I know there's some negativity out there, but you who are involved in our community, you know better that there's a lot of positive things going on in our community. Our youth are thriving. Our little league teams. There's 600-800 kids playing little league in our town.
Right.
In our surrounding communities, and things like this, they go unnoticed because no one's saying anything about it.
Right.
And I just want to thank you guys for starting to change that narrative about our community and making it a more positive place. Thanks.
Thank you, Max. And just to add on to that, we are going to get the young businesses and the young people involved in the chamber, because they're going to be our next leaders, and we're working on that. We have a plan for that. We're going to develop a committee for that to get them involved, because one of these days they're going to be sitting in this beautiful desk here, and so we're working on that. We really are. Thank you, Max.
Yes, thank you very much for promoting Las Vegas and the community, and just want to remind you not to forget the rural areas in Pecos.
Right.
And I saw this flyer for Dia de Agricultura on October 26th.
Right.
And I just saw this now, and I worked for Acequias for over 20 years, and I have a lot of connections with the farmers in the valley, and let me know how I can contribute or help with this.
And I'm actually heading that committee for the Dia de Agricultura, and I'll highlight it briefly. It's going to be an Agriculture Day, October 26th, up at Luna Community College. We're going to have speakers, Dr. Skelton. We're going to focus on, there's going to be presentations on hemp farming, succession planning. We're going to have a trade show. We're going to hopefully have live music and entertainment, so we encourage everyone to attend that day. And we're certainly, if there's any resources available, that's really what this is targeted to, have resources available to tie into the locals with, because sometimes they have a problem and there's a resource that they just don't know about. So we really want to educate the community within the agriculture community. It's Tri-County, San Miguel, Mora, and Guadalupe counties.
And also, Ms. Varela, if you look at, you need your glasses for this one, but our logo for CED, it does include Pecos, and so so we're trying to reach out to the Pecos area, the Pecos residents at Vaya, and we want to get you guys over here. We want to get you people over here to our meetings, get involved. You have events, get them on our calendar. We'll help you out. We'll do everything we can to get the rural communities involved.
Thank you. Next, we have recognition of Mr. Walter Adams, New Mexico Department of Transportation Commissioner Chair, and Mr. James Gallegos, New Mexico Department of Transportation District Manager. Presenter Harold Garcia, Commission Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'd like to say a few words, first of all, on behalf of the Department of Transportation. There's three gentlemen up here who deserve recognition by San Miguel County. I'm going to start off with our Highway Commission Chair, or Department of Transportation Chair, Mr. Walter Adams. Many of you know Mr. Walter Adams. He's a native from Las Vegas. He worked for Department of Transportation for what, 45 years?
42 years.
42 years, and you know, I had the opportunity when I was at the city of Las Vegas to share an office with Walter for a little over a year. So we got to know each other quite well, and he's not only a mentor of mine, but he's also a personal friend of mine. And so there's a lot of things going on the agenda, but as we all know, there's very important topics every month within the San Miguel County Commission agenda, and one of those big topics is funding of road projects. And none of this would be possible if we wouldn't have assistance from the New Mexico Department of Transportation. And so for that, I'd like to recognize, and I'm going to read it, the San Miguel County Board of Commissioners recognizes New Mexico Department of Transportation Commission Chairman Walter Adams, given this 10th day of September 2019, for your dedication and support with San Miguel County road funding efforts. Board of Commissioners Maria L. Martinez, Chairperson, Harold M. Garcia, Vice Chair, Janice C. Varela, Commissioner, Max O. Trujillo, Commissioner, Chris A. Nahad, Commissioner, and Dr. Vidal Martinez, County Manager. There's also a plaque for you, Mr. James Gallegos. Mr. Gallegos, for those of you who don't know him, he's our district engineer, recently appointed. So he's the chief guy, the CEO of the Department of Transportation here in Las Vegas. And with them also is John Herrera. He's our local government road fund project guy. And so I'd like to present these plaques to these two gentlemen, and then also extend an invitation for you to say something if you'd like.
I want to thank you, Madam Chair, Commission. We'd like to thank you for the recognition today, but the recognition goes to the staff and the people. The governor and the legislature was very, very generous this year. We were allotted $50 million for entities. So out of the $50 million that was allotted, it was cut up into 6 districts. And we're part of District 4, which is San Miguel, Mora, and it extends. Out of the $50 million that was allotted, District 4 brought in the most, almost the most. We brought in $9.6 million
and we only lost out by about 400,000 to District 2, which was Roswell, where they have the oil and gas. With that, we were able to fund almost $2 million to San Miguel County to do some projects. I'll let James go over those projects. And another 1.6, almost $7 million project that's going to happen here in on National here in Las Vegas, and then the rest went to Santa Rosa and other places in District 4. But it's going to be our intent to fight to make sure that your roads are attended to, that we can help the commission and fund them so that they can get to all the roads. Money's always an issue, but hopefully if we all work together, we can get things done, because at the end of the day, we all have to partner our resources, whether it's the city, the county, whoever it is. We need to, the state, we need to partner our resources so that we can do and give you, the people, the best that we can. And with that, I'm going to introduce our district engineer. He's going to just talk a little bit about these projects. James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank San Miguel County and also the commission for inviting us here today and giving us these plaques. This is very special, but just like Chairman Walter Adams said, this really goes to the guys, this guy over here, and also Heather Sandoval, who's our assistant district engineer, who's in charge of the local government road fund for District 4. It's these folks here that do all the work. This guy is the guy that's John Adetta's the boots on the ground guy. He's the guy that goes out there and drives all those miles and visits with all the local entities throughout District 4. We have over 22,000 square miles in District 4, so it's a big area. So he has a lot to do with that, and I know he works real closely with San Miguel County and also Arnold Lopez back there. So hats off to him. Again, a little bit about the funding, like Mr. Adams, Chairman Adams said, you know, we got $50 million. House Bill 2 got $50 million for the entire state of New Mexico, all 6 districts, and we tapped into quite a bit. For San Miguel County alone, we have one big project that they put in. It was their priority. It was a Gonzales Ranch Road Improvement Project from mile marker 0.9 to mile marker 5.9. So it's about 5 miles of work on that particular road. And the total amount of that job is about $600,000. So that's a big project that you'll be working on. So what I want to do is I want to hand it off over to John, because John Herrera is the guy that knows all the nuts and bolts about all the projects in San Miguel County, and he'll go over those with you and let you know what's going on.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chair, Commission, Dr. Martinez. Thank you for having us here today. I'll be very brief. As you all know, we work closely with San Miguel County in regards to all these projects. One key thing I'm going to talk about here is that for your guys' special appropriation for Gonzales Ranch Road improvements, we are offering a match waiver program to cover that 5% match. So I'm asking the county to go out and ask for that match waiver for the 5% match. This will be due to me no later than September 30th. I will need a letter and a formal resolution requesting the 5% match. Just a briefing, FY20 funding, our LGRF funding, our CAP project totaled $150,247. Our school bus route project, $84,000. And our co-op project, right under $74,000. For capital outlay, we were able to receive 5 fundings totaling $275,000, and we have our TAP funding at $770,000. For FY20, we have 10 agreements with the county totaling roughly $1.9 million. So I just want to thank your Public Works Department for working closely with me, with Melinda, everybody that works closely with me to get these projects done. Thank you.
In closing, I just want to let everybody know that we send out notices to every entity, and we're there to help them fill out applications or whatever, but these commissioners here in San Miguel were very, very aggressive, and they called and they met with James and met with myself. They were trying to pull every dollar they could back in here. So I want to applaud them, because you wouldn't have brought that amount of money had they not gone in there and got aggressive, because believe me, everybody wants a piece of the pie. And hopefully get ready for round 2, because it looks like we're going to get another windfall.
like to say thank you to Mr. Walter Adams, Mr. James, and Mr. Herrera for the hard work you guys do for our county. And thank you for helping us with everything you do for our county.
Thank you. We're all here for the same thing, for everybody here.
For protecting our people. And Mr. Trujillo has something he'd like to say too before you leave.
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize John Herrera. I asked him for a meeting the other day so he could explain the process in which the county is not just awarded money, but how that money gets to the actual road and our responsibility as a county and the steps that are taken to actually get work started. And it took him a good while to explain it, and maybe because of my understanding of things, because I'm a new commissioner, but I just wanted to thank you, John, to explain that and for helping our staff in our Public Works Department, getting those applications in right, getting them done efficiently so that we can move forward with some of these projects. Thank you.
And get ready, because we're getting ready for snow removal, so I don't want to bring that up too quick. See you.
Thank you. Next, we have recognition of Mr. Donnie Bustos and Ms. Brianna Montaño Baca, Small Business Development Center. Presenter Harold Garcia, Commission Vice Chair.
If I can ask Donnie and Brianna to step up to the podium. You know, there's an office that's hidden up on top of the Luna Hill that plays a very big role with economic development for San Miguel County, for the area. And this office is directed by Mr. Donnie Bustos. I've had the opportunity of working with Mr. Donnie Bustos when I was working at the city of Las Vegas, that he took on the role of director for the Small Business Development Center. There's a lot of local startup businesses that come to the community and they don't know the ins and outs of getting a business started. You know, the first introduction to a lot of these businesses is a Small Business Development Center. Donnie and Brianna are the dictionary and the wherewithal for everything that needs to do with starting up a small business. You know, they can help a person with their CRS taxes, they can help, you know, register their business licenses. Most importantly, they can work with them to develop a business plan that will show what their profits and stuff like that will be for year 1, year 2, year 3, whatever it is. And, you know, I've had the opportunity of dealing with Donnie and with Brianna, recently with Diana, through the Chamber of Commerce with this effort. You know, one of the biggest things that the San Miguel County is trying to do is to encourage economic development for the whole area. And I think that with players like the Small Business Development Center, we can get it done. And so at this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Donnie Bustos and Ms. Brianna Montaño Baca, and I'm going to read it. I'm going to read one of them because the two of them are worded the same. The San Miguel County Board of Commissioners recognizes Mr. Donnie Bustos and Ms. Brianna Montaño Baca with the New Mexico Small Business Development Center at Luna Community College for your continued support to our county business community towards a stronger economic development initiative, given this 10th day of September 2019 by the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, and it lists us and it lists our San Miguel County manager. So Donnie and Brianna, I'd like to thank you very much for everything that you do on behalf of San Miguel County towards economic development. Thank you. If you'd like to say a few words, Donnie.
Well, you've already done a pretty good job of our PSA, but I never will fail to, once I have a crowd, to do an announcement. The Small Business Development Center is one of 18 centers located throughout the state of New Mexico. We are partially funded by the SBA and the New Mexico State Legislature. About 80% of our funding comes through the state legislature. The monies provided to us allows us to provide 3 basic services. The first is one-on-one counseling with anything having to do with owning, starting, or operating a small business. Probably about 80% of the clientele we meet with are individuals looking at starting a business. So we do have a lot of expertise. I've been with the center now for 26 years, and I'm thinking that's one of the reasons why I'm being recognized today. But with that expertise, we do help people secure SBA funding up to $2 million. We're in contact with a lot of resources throughout the state that provide financial resources. So anyone that's looking at starting a business that needs financing, we should be your first stop. We do provide assistance with developing business plans, which generally are used as a financial proposal that's being used to submit the applications. Services we provide are free, they're confidential, and they're unlimited. So for those of you that are even just thinking about it, we encourage you to visit us. We're at Luna Community College. We're easy to find. Please contact us. We also provide educational training services in the form of workshops and seminars, again, related to business topics. And we do work very closely with our chambers of commerce, economic development corporations to promote the economy within our service delivery area. I'd like to take this time to recognize Brianna. Recently, she was recognized as our star performer within the New Mexico Small Business Development Center Network, which is the highest honor that's awarded within our organization. And I think with the work she's been doing within our community, the work that she's been doing with our clients exemplifies the award that she's been given. And she was recognized just recently. Last week were at our ASBDC conference, and she was recognized at our national convention. So help me congratulate Brianna for this great award. As I mentioned earlier, I've been with the center for 26 years. All good things must come to an end. They say if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And you know what? That's been me for the last 26 years at the Small Business Development Center. I'm not ready to retire yet, but hopefully in a couple of years I will. Right now I'm in the process of mentoring Brianna to take over when I leave, and I think you can see that you're going to be left with a dandy. But with that, I don't know if Brianna wants to say a few words.
I just want to say thank you to the commission here for recognizing Mr. Don Bustos. He's very humble. He's not one to go out and toot his own horn, but he's done a great job for our community. And I just want to thank you guys for recognizing him, and I look forward to continuing to work with him. And please stop by, visit us. We would love to chat with you about anything to do with business. Thank you.
We'll move on to regular meeting. We'll move on to item number 3, which was moved up to item number 1. Resolution number 09-10-2019, cancer awareness. Background information: a resolution declaring September 2019 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in San Miguel County, New Mexico. Presenter is Mr. Harold Garcia, Commission Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Resolution number 09-10-2019, cancer awareness. I am submitting this for approval, declaring September 2019 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in San Miguel County, New Mexico. Whereas every September, America renews its commitment to curing childhood cancer and offers its support to the brave young people who are fighting this disease. And whereas thousands of children are diagnosed with pediatric cancer each year, and nearly 100 are from New Mexico. And whereas childhood cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease for American children under 50 years of age. And whereas for those children and their families, and in memory of every young person lost to cancer, we unite behind improved treatment, advanced research, and brighter futures for young people everywhere. And whereas over the past few decades, great strides have been made in the fight against pediatric cancer, and whereas with significant advances in treatment over the last 30 years, the combined 5-year survival rate for children with cancer has increased by more than 20 percentage points. And Whereas today, a substantial proportion of children diagnosed with cancer can anticipate a time when their illness will be a long-term remission or cured altogether. And whereas all children deserve the chance to dream, discover, and realize their full potential. And whereas this month, we extend our support to young people fighting for that opportunity, and we recognize all who commit themselves to advancing the journey toward a cancer-free world. Be it proclaimed by the Commission, the governing body of San Miguel County, New Mexico, that September 2019 is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in San Miguel County, New Mexico, and encourages all citizens to join reaffirming the nation's commitment to fighting childhood cancer, adopted this 10th day of September 2019 by the Board of Commissioners of San Miguel County. And Madam Chair, before I end, I'd like to recognize Ms. Liana Maestas, who is the daughter of one of our own employees, Mr. Leo Maestas. I've got a little plaque to give to her. And, you know, today is her birthday. So if everyone would want to help us and wish her a happy birthday. But I have a little plaque that I'd like to present to Liana. And it's real small, real simple. It says, Liana Maestas, because you are super. And it's got the Superman symbol, September 10th, 2019. So if you can come up for it. So we're gonna, if we can, there's quite a few here, so let's sing Liana a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Liana. Happy birthday to you. Okay, we'll continue with item number 2, which will be item number 1 on our agenda. So it's resolution number 09-10-2019 Fulgenzi. Background information, a resolution in recognition of the Fulgenzi family for their dedication to our community. Presenter, Mr. Chris Nahat, Commissioner.
If I could have the Fulgenzi family come up, please. Resolution number 09-10-19 Fulgenzi. Whereas a prominent hometown coach, family man, and friend, Leroy G. Fulgenzi, was nominated for the New Mexico Sports Hall of Fame. Mr. Fulgenzi, a pillar in our community, has dedicated decades of service to the youth of our community, and whereas Leroy Fulgenzi and brother Gene Fulgenzi had distinguished themselves in high school, college, and tennis in New Mexico, the Southwest, and on the national level. And whereas Gene, the Godfather, started the Fulgenzi legacy with 4 state tennis titles, 2 in singles, 2 in doubles. He finished runner-up his sophomore year. Brother Leroy was a 2-year singles champion in the Frontier Conference during the 1960s. Gene's son Dennis won the state doubles title in 1985. Leroy became a tennis coach at Robertson High School, where the Fulgenzi family has amassed 35 state individual and team championships. And whereas Leroy has 6 sons, Garen, Warren, Juan Carlos, Giorgio, Mario, and Roman. Whereas Garen has won 2 state tennis championships, whereas Warren has won 1 state championship, 1 WAC conference doubles title, 3 gold balls, 9 national titles, and 1 world Backlat title 2013, and whereas Juan Carlos won 4 state championships, 3 singles, 1 doubles, and whereas Giorgio has won 2 state doubles championships, and whereas Mario has won 4 state championships, 2 singles, 2 doubles, and whereas Roman won 2 state championships, 1 single, 1 double, and 2 runner-ups. And whereas Warren Jr., Santa Fe 2012 state doubles champion, and Robertson 2015 and 2016 state singles champion, 1 state team title 2015, 2 sectional championships, 1 national championship play at Incarnate Word in San Antonio, Texas. Whereas Brandy, Santa Fe High School 2014 state doubles champion, Robertson 2016, 2017 state doubles champion, 2015, 2018 single state champion, 4 state team titles 2015 through 2018, 5 sectional championships, 5 national championships, plays at Incarnate Word in San Antonio, Texas. Whereas Lauren, 2016, 2017, 2018 state doubles champion, and 2019 state singles champion. Whereas Nico, 2018 state doubles champion, and whereas Jackie, 2015 state doubles champion and member of 4-team state championship. Whereas Janice, 2015, 2018 state doubles champion and member of the 5 state championship teams, sophomore and New Mexico Military Institute. Whereas the future of the state, the Fulgenzi tennis family, Gabriela, Sofia, Aurelia, Roman, and Zoe, will be on the court swinging away for many years to come. Passed and approved on this 10th day of September 2019 by the Board of County Commissioners, San Miguel County, New Mexico. Before I ask for approval, I'd like to also recognize Roberta, who is probably the MVP of this family. Probably the most important one. She's probably been the nurse and nutritionist. She's been the mother.
Support staff.
Huh?
She's been our support staff.
Absolutely. She's been your nurse, your doctor, your nutritionist, and your spiritual counselor. So having said that,
Do I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Congratulations.
Congratulations. We have a word from him. Might want to say a word? Would you like to say a few words to them?
Thank San Miguel County Commissioners, along with San Miguel, for your recognition of the Fulgenzi family and our hard work and our achievements. Thank you again. Made our day.
Thank you. On what are you waiting on? What are you here on regarding what? The mining?
Yeah.
Okay, so the mining is, there's one more item and then the mining's next on the agenda. We'll start there.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. So we'll move on to resolution number 09-10-19 NMBH. A resolution supporting the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute, and the presenter is myself. Resolution number 09-10-19 NMBHI, a resolution supporting the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute. Whereas the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County supports the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute. Whereas the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute was established in 1889 and is the only state-owned and operated psychiatric hospital in Las Vegas, New Mexico. Whereas the institution is made up of 5 clinical divisions serving a wide range of public needs. Whereas the San Miguel County Commission supports the expansion of programs and services to include, but not limited to, behavior and mental health research, child and adult and veteran psychiatry, integration programs for women, and support services for adolescents. Now there be resolved that the Board of County Commissioners affirms the continuous support of programs and services provided by the New Mexico Behavioral Health Institute. The undersigned hereby clarifies that the foregoing resolution was duly adopted by the Board of County Commissioners, passed, approved, and adopted this 10th day of September 2019. Do I have a motion on the floor?
So moved.
Motion by
Second.
Commissioner Varela, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we move on to Hard Rock Mining Proposed Moratorium Resolution 9-10-2019. Presenter Janice Varela, Commissioner, and David Romero, San Miguel County Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the public, for coming here today and for your patience and sitting through the agenda. And I'd like to pass out the draft of the resolution of the moratorium. And I'd also like to make mention and welcome our relatives, our brothers and sisters from Venezuela. Thank you for coming. Your original inhabitants, Pecos. We're related. Thank you. Thank you all for your concern. Okay. Thank you all again for coming to this very important meeting today. San Miguel County, New Mexico, resolution number 2019-10-09. A resolution requiring that moratorium be established on hard rock mining and imposing and extending for 6 months a stay on the approval of conditional use or other permits for exploratory mining operations, drilling, and extraction for metals, including but not limited to copper, zinc, cobalt, gold, and rare earths in San Miguel County, New Mexico. Whereas the publicly elected San Miguel County Commissioners have the authority to determine what is the public welfare for the citizens of their county, which includes but is not limited to the impact on the quality of life and culture of Pecos and the surrounding area. Whereas in San Miguel County, New Mexico, citizens historically have used and depended upon the surrounding land and streams for sustenance, survival, and a better quality of life around the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, the Pecos River, the Gainas Canyon, and the Rociada Range. Whereas this resolution calls for a moratorium, and its purpose is to request the review the current status of county land use management law and practices, and in particular the extraction of oil, gas, and the process known as hard rock mining. This Board of County Commissioners expects that an ordinance will be created and known as a San Miguel County Hard Rock Mining Moratorium Ordinance, also known as Ordinance Number SMC-09-10-2019, Hard Rock Mining Moratorium. Whereas this moratorium will impose and extend for 6 months a complete stay on the approval of conditional use or other permits for exploratory mining operations, drilling, and extraction for metals. Whereas historically San Miguel has been mined and its metals excavated and removed out of state for profit. Unfortunately, the process used by miners and mining industry has permanently scarred the soil and contaminated the land by their use of toxic and/or poisonous chemicals. Whereas several San Miguel communities are directly affected by mining in the Sangre de Cristo mountain range. For example, Pecos, New Mexico is a culturally rich community of more than 1,300 residents located about 25 miles southeast of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and 40 miles west of Las Vegas, New Mexico. Those residents and their neighbors will never forget the dangers of mining and the 1991 contamination of their water when a breach in the mine soil sent leftover waste draining into local rivers and streams. Whereas the above breach of contaminated soil is only one of many examples of damaging mining attempts which has caused permanent damage to the river canyons, environment, and especially to the pristine water and wildlife. This was also recognized by the federal and state government in their Pecos remediation attempts within the last 25 years. Whereas the San Miguel County community and its surrounding county neighbors have always appreciated the environmental treasure that is northern New Mexico, and it's clearly understood that citizens must fight to protect their surrounding mountains, land, quality of water, and natural beauty. Whereas unfortunately, the Pecos River and surrounding mountains and valleys have also irreparable visual pollution and the loss of wildlife by the mining contamination. Whereas according to reliable news reports, mining is contemplated by the Mining and Minerals Division of the Energy, Minerals and Natural Resource Division. Recently, the MMC announced it will consider requests to conduct exploratory mining operations on a 2-acre spread in the Santa Fe National Forest land near the community of Terrero and Gallinas Canyon, which are both north and west of the city of Las Vegas. Whereas community groups such as the Upper Pecos Watershed Association and the New Mexico Sequia Association have substantial concerns about the potential water quality coming out of the watershed, which impacts all Pecos River downstream users, including but not limited to the agriculturally dependent communities of San Juan, San Jose, Rivera, Villanueva, and Anton Chico. Whereas many of the mining corporations are not from New Mexico, and in fact, they are from other countries. It is a concern that they are motivated by return on investment instead of sharing the environment beliefs of the citizens who live in San Miguel, Santa Fe, and Mora counties. Whereas some of the mining corporations have admitted that they should find sufficient mineralization, then that discovery will justify a mining feasibility study, which would lead to a decision of build a large permanent mine in that area. That type of large construction threatens damage to the road and drainage infrastructure leading to and from the mine. Whereas time is of the essence, because some of the multinational mining conglomerates' timeline for conducting this mining project is scheduled to begin in the third or fourth quarter of 2019 and last up to 5 months. Whereas governmental regulators need to be substantially informed in order to balance the rights of those impacted by this proposed corporate action. Whereas San Miguel County has an interest greater than any party with regard to proposed mining. Even though the proposed exploratory site is not in San Miguel County, all egress and ingress into the mining sites have to traverse through San Miguel County communities, property, roads, and highways. Its Board of Commissioners demand that the state and federal United States Forest Service conduct extensive hearings and strictly scrutinize the direct and indirect impact on the affected villages, towns, and cities. Whereas the County Commission invites the Chief Operation Officer of all interested corporations to visit New Mexico and address the Commission and the public as to the expected positive and negative impacts of their proposed business. Whereas the publicly elected county commissioners have the authority to determine what is in the public welfare for San Miguel County, which includes but is not limited to the impact on the quality of life and culture of Pecos and the surrounding area. Whereas San Miguel County for 6 months from the effective date of moratorium shall not consider for approval nor approve any application for conditional use or other permit, license, or permission of whatsoever nature or kind for permits for exploratory mining operations, drilling and extraction, or metals, including but not limited to copper, zinc, rare earths, cobalt, and gold exploration, drilling, or extraction within San Miguel County, New Mexico. Whereas any ordinance, resolution, rule, or authority hereto enacted by San Miguel County, including but not limited to sand and gravel mining ordinance and amendments thereto, should be expressly abated and superseded by this resolution and moratorium ordinance. Now therefore be it resolved that this resolution is adopted pursuant to the power and authority of the Board of County Commissioners to protect the public health and safety and promote the general welfare of the citizens of San Miguel County, New Mexico, and therefore be it resolved, hereby resolved, that the governing body of the County of San Miguel Commissioners hereby adopts this resolution and move immediately toward the establishment of a moratorium ordinance where the impact of mining should be studied and the current ordinances and laws be updated to reflect and reasonably meet community concerns.
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Trujillo, second by Commissioner Nahar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, that's the first part, and the second part now is the first reading of proposed ordinance. And Councilor, could you explain what this means? Is this the actual ordinance, or are we going to have another reading in October?
Good afternoon, my name is Dave Romero. In the process of creating law, we normally have what is called a first reading of the proposed ordinance. And the ordinance here is to postpone any ordinance or law in effect which would give approval to any type of mining within San Miguel County, called a moratorium. And it gives the staff time and working with the community to examine the laws to see if they're current, do they meet changes in mining, changes, expected dangers, expected impact on not only the wildlife, but the citizens and the culture or the infrastructure and the budget. All of what are directly related to the quality of life in northern New Mexico. It's not really a San Miguel County issue because we share this range of mountains with counties on the other side of the mountain, be it Rio Arriba, Santa Fe, Taos, or up the way with Mora. And we need to make the public aware, and we need your help in creating these new rules and regulations and trying to balance out the rules and rights and responsibilities of all parties that are concerned. But the county is being proactive by anticipating the issue and by addressing it rather than waiting till it's too late. And so at this point, we will have input by the public at the podium, and I need to swear everybody in because it's a formal hearing, and this creates our record proper in case I have to go to court and defend any and all actions of the county with regard to this ordinance. And so anybody who wishes to testify or con, I want you to stand, I want you to raise your right hand. And repeat after me. I state your name. Do swear to tell the truth in my presentation to the governing body and the Board of County Commissioners today. Thank you. So, why don't we start off at that far corner and just move from left to right. And each one of you, I need for you to tell me, for the record, your name and your address, and what is your opinion of this action?
Madam Chair, Councilor, excuse me, do you want me to read the proposed ordinance now before they speak or after?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. Before the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County, New Mexico, notice of first reading of proposed ordinance number 09-10-19, hard rock mining moratorium. Be it enacted, adopted, and ordained. This ordinance shall be known as the San Miguel County Hard Rock Mining Moratorium Ordinance, the full title of which is and shall be ordinance number SMC-09-10-2019, Hard Rock Mining Moratorium, imposing and extending up to 6 months. This moratorium applies to the approval of conditional use or other permits for exploratory mining operations, drilling and extraction for metals, including but not limited to copper, zinc, rare earths, cobalt, and gold in San Miguel County, New Mexico, declaring an emergency and providing an effective date. Section 1, for 6 months from the effective date hereof, San Miguel County shall not consider for approval nor approve any application for conditional use or other permit, license, or permission of whatsoever nature or kind for permits for exploratory mining operations, drilling and extraction for metals, including but not limited to copper, zinc, rare earths, cobalt, and gold exploration, drilling, or extraction within San Miguel County, New Mexico. Section 2, any prior ordinance, resolution, rule, or authority heretofore enacted by San Miguel County, New Mexico, contrary to the provisions of Section 1, herein above, inclusive of ordinance number 07-13-99, ORD-3, SAN, and gravel mining ordinance and amendments thereto, are expressly superseded and set aside by this ordinance. Section 3. This ordinance is adopted pursuant to the power and authority of the Board of County Commissioners to protect the public health and safety and promote the general welfare of the citizens of San Miguel County, New Mexico. Section 4. This ordinance shall become effective 30 days after it is recorded in the office of the San Miguel County Clerk.
Let's start on that side. Let this way. So who's first? What is your name, please? Not me. Go to the podium. What is your name, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Todd Loretto.
And where's your residence?
The residence is Jemez Pueblo, New Mexico.
Okay. And what is your opinion?
Well, first of all, my opinion is coming from the Pecos Society religious leader. Opinion is I'm here to support the moratorium, and the moratorium is like I know through the Pecos descendants are still living. You know, as we have a Pecos governor, the Pecos Cane. We also have the Pecos Society that practices the religion right in the Pueblo of Jemez. And like I said, we have still bloodline descendants from in time memorial of the Pecos before they migrated to the Pueblo of Jemez. There's a spiritual connection to the area, the mountains, through song and prayer for solstice and throughout the year. So this is a special place. Even from the monument, now it's a national park, but from the center of the plaza, there's a spiritual connection to us, and it's real valuable, and it means a lot. I mean, it means a lot to everybody. It's on the screens right here. So I'm here to support the Pueblo. Represent the Pueblo of Jemez, support the moratorium, and then protection of all health and welfare of the community. I understand water is a very valuable resource to any community. That's number one. And any kind of poisonous contaminations can hurt all the habitat, human life, and like I said, the spiritual connection to the mountains and the area of the Pecos Canyon, and then San Miguel residents, of all the residents that reside there, not just now, but for next generation to come. I thank you for your valuable time, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and concerned citizens. Thank you so much for your valuable time.
Although we've been talking about Pecos, note that the wording of the resolution applies to all San Miguel County, which also includes the neighboring area of the Guaymas Canyon, or farther north up to the Rociada Range. It's the same issue all along the range. Although we are looking at Pecos, we're talking about the whole range and all of San Miguel County and surrounding areas. Yes, sir. What is your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Clark.
And where do you live?
I live in Jemez Pueblo, New Mexico.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion involves why I'm here. I'd like to take a second and say why I'm here. My name is Paul Clark. I'm the Director of Natural Resources, managing natural resources, environmental resources, and cultural resources for the Pueblo of Jemez. I stand before you with a very heavy heart, as my friends and colleagues from Jemez Pueblo. Horrible tragedy hit the Pueblo this Saturday. We lost 4 beloved tribal members in a horrible accident, including the goddaughter of our Pecos governor, Mr. Elston Yepa. He is there with his family. He would prefer to be here, obviously. He has asked that I say a few words, so that's why I'm standing in front of you today instead of our Pecos governor. First of all, he expresses thanks to commissioners for being proactive in taking this stance. Certainly support of the moratorium and working with you on the ordinance. Pecos Pueblo, the people of Pecos Pueblo are alive and well, obviously living in Jemez Pueblo as they have done since the 1830s. But people of Pecos are also alive and well and still come to Miguel County often. I've been honored to share some of that time with them. This place means an awful lot to the people of Jemez and Pecos. And so on behalf of Mr. Elston Yepa, Pecos governor, again, thank you, commissioners, and thank you for your time.
What is your name?
My name is Roger Frawa.
And what is your residence?
I reside in the Pueblo of Jemez. My address is Post Office Box 692, Jemez Pueblo, New Mexico 87024.
What is your opinion?
My opinion of the proposed ordinance that while it's welcomed, it doesn't go far enough. I stand here as a representative for CABU, which is a not-for-profit. I'm the board chairman. I'm also the executive director of Flower Hill Institute, which is headquartered out of Jemez Pueblo. I'm a Pecos descendant from the Pueblo of Pecos. I'm an enrolled member in the Pueblo of Jemez. I thank Madam Chair Martinez, Commissioners Martinez, Jaha, Garcia, Trujillo, and especially Commissioner Bareilles for the courage that it takes to stand up to have a proposed ordinance and to pass the proposed ordinance. The work that goes on here really speaks to not just the Pecos Pueblo, but the greater Pecos landscape. Pecos historically was a trading center for the Plains Indians that reside now on 39 reservations in the state of Oklahoma. It also was the trading place for all the Pueblos that are non-existent, some that have been extinguished, and certainly for the 19 that are currently residing in the state of New Mexico. So the remnants that we see when we drive by I-25 and you see Pecos Pueblo, you may see a pile of rocks or some rubble or some what people call ruins. Those are not ruins. Those are living entities. Those are living places that are very spiritually alive. And those places have been protected by people like Todd Loretto, who spoke before me as my leader, and who have sacrificed his life and their life as a cultural leader in ways that can't be described. But I can only tell you as a testament that he and others really do protect those areas culturally and spiritually. And now we're really relying on you as a county to lead other counties and other state entities into protecting these sites bureaucratically and politically as you have done today. So I really appreciate the courage that you have expressed today, and you're passing unanimously very quickly this moratorium. I'm speaking today as a concerned citizen. I'm not representing the Pueblo of Jemez. We have our own political secular process. We have our own cultural process. I'm really here as a concerned citizen speaking to you about the winged, the finned, and the four-legged, those entities that don't have a voice and who can't speak to us in English in a way that we can understand. Culturally and spiritually, we still commune with those entities. So speaking about, because I know that the ordinance talks about San Miguel citizens, and that's not meant as an insult, but only meant to encourage you to think bigger and greater about the greater Pecos landscape, and using that kind of word. The greater Pecos landscape goes beyond San Miguel County. It's a great landscape, and that great landscape holds the winged, the finned, and the four-legged. It holds water as a living entity. It holds medicinal plants and other plants as living entities. So the winged, the finned, the four-legged, the water, the cultural resources, the cultural beings that are there, those things need to be considered in a greater comprehensive cultural resource assessment, and in consultation from a federal Indian relationship that is federal law, that consultation process really needs to be employed and adhered to. Sometimes in different administrations, we adhere to that federal Indian relationship in the consultation process, and sometimes we don't quite as much. So with your help, our brothers and sisters here at the county, we can do this together. We can really force the state and the federal government to have companies adhere to that federal Indian relationship. So a comprehensive cultural resource assessment needs to be done, and looking at again, the cultural resources, the plants, the animals, the ancestors that lie there, and the unborn that are coming. So when you start thinking about a greater landscape, and you start thinking about ancestors, and you start thinking well beyond the current citizens, you start thinking about unborn, that's a big sense of responsibility that we have in consideration today. I recognize the very delicate balance of cultural preservation, environmental protection, and economic development, and the need for economic development. We heard today from really very talented young people. But we don't have to have economic development in our graveyard, in our church, and in our water. So I'd encourage you to think bigger and broader, County Commission, and to stand with the first people as we protect these resources. Thank you very much.
You bring up an important point. This is a living document. And so we are inviting the public, this say for example, the moratorium ordinance, and later on the whole ordinance regarding hard rock mining or extraction. These ideas, these thoughts, we invite so that we do not overlook them, so that we realize what the concern is, and so that we help make them part of the established law. So I would invite you also to supplement what you said by delivering a summary or letter to me so we can look at it as appropriate process. Next. Yes, sir. What is your name, please?
My name is Frank Adello.
Where do you live?
63 North Main, Pecos.
What is your opinion on this issue?
So, commissioners, my name is Frank Adello. I'm president of the Upper Pecos Watershed Association. I've been here on a few times. I'm thankful that you guys have passed this moratorium on mining. There are 756 mining claims in San Miguel County alone. So it's really wise for the commission to address this. Each of these claims could have potential lethal consequences on the water that they are next to. So I'm glad to see that the commission has taken leadership on this issue. The majority of people that go to Pecos and live in Pecos live there because it's beautiful, because we have clean water, because we have a great environment. They do not live there and they do not visit there because there's minerals there, basically. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. The Upper Pecos Watershed Association, we represent over 750 people, the majority of which do live in San Miguel County. We have residents, interested parties from San Miguel County, New Mexico, and a few out-of-state people as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Who next wishes to contribute to the discussion? What is your name, please, and where do you live?
Audrey Kempton, 33 Anchor Drive.
Your opinion?
I am totally for the moratorium.
while incarcerated, and 3 chose to excuse themselves from the program while incarcerated. Of the 5 outpatient, they are no longer a part of the program, and they have recidivated. So 1 passed away from a tragic accident in which he had no fault in. We are at 52% of clients that are still active since the start of the program.
So one of our goals and one of the things that we see is that housing is such a huge barrier in our community. Either the rent is so high, or there are just people who do the stigma that is around our type of clients comes in. And so it's real hard. But through advocating for them, through raising monies, whether it's through a bake sale or through their families, whoever we can, we have been successful in getting our guys into housing. So you'll just see different pictures of what we've been able to do. In a while, when we do recognize some people, please know and understand that everything you're seeing on these were donated by what I'm calling my care team. So we also do a family aspect of our program, which we help to get families back together, because a lot of times they've been excommunicated from their families because of their behaviors. So we focus a lot on mending that family relationship. Sometimes it's individual counseling with the family before we bring them in to meet with the family member, but we've been real successful in reaching out to the families and helping them as well. This is a Christmas dinner that you guys will see. This is something that hasn't been done in any other facility that I know of, where we actually had each of our clients that were in the program be able to bring their families home into the detention center. What you see is a decorated Christmas tree. We were blessed by Pastor Paul and Diane, who their church helped get gifts for every single one of their children. This was some of the first times that some of them had actually decorated a tree and been a part of that process. So we had a dinner for them, and it was really a sight to see them with their families. Just reuniting the families and what we've done. So some of our accomplishments, we've had 5 homes or apartments established for the ones that were facing homelessness. 7 have full-time jobs, 3 with full benefits. 2 of them own their own businesses. One's a welder, one's a floorer. 3 have obtained vehicles. 1 was granted full custody of his children. 10 clients received reduction in sentence. 1 was allowed to pull a 3-year plea that he had already agreed to. The family reunification, of course, is one of our biggest accomplishments. And our program was recognized by a national social work organization, and we've been asked to educate and inspire social workers from around the nation by presenting at their conference this year. Future sustainability, we've been able to secure a case manager position that the warden put into his budget. But we would ask, hopefully in the near future, we could get 1 more case manager so that we would be able to ensure that our female population always got the programming as well. We'll be looking to collaborate with community entities to ensure that the care coordinator position that we have right now, it's on a grant, but that person really helps transition them out to the streets. But we're looking at utilizing interns from Highlands University to kind of help us with that care coordination moving forward. And then we'll connect with Help New Mexico, Workforce Solutions, and DVR to assist us in certifying and getting our guys as peer specialists, because what our main goal is with them is to get them a peer specialist certified so that they can return to the facility and they can help others in their recovery, and they can serve as inspiration to them as well. And then, of course, our local Samaritan House has no funding at this time to help our clients that are over the age of 24, so housing has always been a real big barrier for us, and it continues to be one for our clients. 6-month follow-up completion, this is just a couple of pictures of some of the people that have finished the program, and we're very proud of them. The other part that we do is at 6 months they do have a decision whether they would like to stay 6 more months with us onto the program. We have 2 that have chosen to complete, but we have 2 that have asked to stay on for another 6 months. And it's really neat to see where these gentlemen are in their lives. So here are some client testimonies that we have. You girls saved my life. For the first time in my life, I have 2 amazing women behind me to push me forward that actually care and are not just doing it because it's your job. You girls taught me to be honest, and you kept a positive influence on my life so that when I am out, I stay well. Without you girls, this wouldn't be possible. Having strong support when released made it easier to not go back to using or selling drugs. I knew it would be possible with you girls. The aftercare was crucial. Without it, it would have been a trap the accountability factor is most important. I know I have two tough ladies having my back, and I know if I fall, they will be there to catch me. I can't do this without you two ladies. The girls helped me get my life back, and more importantly, my children. Now I will never have to know what life is without my children. I can trust the girls with anything, and they support me without judgment. I don't know where I would be without them. They are more than counselors to me, they are my family. So on our Fridays, we wear our chucks. And we wear our chucks for our cause. For those of you that follow sports, a lot of athletes wear chucks to support their cause, and the following are our reasons.
I wear my chucks for a cause, the cause being the population I serve that are historically a marginalized population. The effect being a change in their life of addiction that in hopes will transcend into a generational difference in our community. Chucks represent this message as they were once created for those that could not afford the riches to have a comfortable shoe to play basketball. Our chucks represent the underserved and the unheard in our community.
So Deanna she's our new case manager that we've hired on, and she says, I wear my chucks because I'm helping individuals in creating a new life sober and empowering the individual to know that it is possible to live a drug-free life. Miss Sarah, I wear my chucks for the addicts who have had a long journey behind them and an even longer one ahead of them. I wear my chucks for their families who suffer just as much as they do. I wear my chucks in faith and hope that their new sober lives bring them everlasting happiness and love. And I wear my chucks because I refuse to see nothing but the good in people. And lastly is our in loving memory of Lonnie Escobedo, who was a part of our program. One of the things that we do require them is we ask them, we need 10 traits that are really, that you say are about you. What about you is the best parts about you? And then we ask them, if you could be any animal in the world, what animal would you be and why? So Lonnie stated, the animal that defines me is a spike elk, because even though the herd deserts him, sorry guys, it's just that we know their stories. He continues to strive on his own. It works just as hard, if not harder, for its own food and survival, always looking to belong to a herd or family. So now what we're gonna do, we have some people, and thank you those of you that stayed, means a lot to us, who have really been what we call our backbone. The people that we're gonna be calling up, they have either helped us with money, with clothes, encouraging words to our clients, just a lot. And we're very, very grateful to each and every one of you that we're gonna call up today, because without them, we would be nothing. And our clients really appreciate every single thing that these people have done for them. So the first is Lieutenant Steven Garcia. No matter what we need, you're always there, even if it's just to help us when we feel like pulling our hair out. And we appreciate what you do for us. Miss April Gonzalez. Miss Dominique Martinez. Miss Desiree Martinez. Miss Desiree is our biggest cheerleader. The United Road College, specifically Mr. Santos Contreras and his students. Legion of Mary, specifically Miss Lily Pacheco, Jane Chavez, Pita Cortez, and Sky Modest. So with this one, we have two. Our church community did lose a very, very significant person. He was seminarian Jason Paul Marshall. He was lost to a tragic accident in Colorado. But while he was doing seminarian jobs here, he did come into our facility, and he just brought so much life to our clients and always had positive stuff to say to them. So Father Timothy, we also have one for the Our Lady of Sorrows Church, for Father Rob, and for Father Timothy, for all you guys do for our program. So if you'll please ask Father Rob to get Jason's family this, we'd appreciate it. Next is our lieutenant that we probably drive the most crazy, Lieutenant Gilbert Aragon. He's another one, no matter what we need, he comes running and just helps us through all the hectic craziness, and has been known to dance the Macarena with our guys. As you guys know, we have a contract medical service, but they do help us get our first injection to our clients. And Roberta has been one of our biggest fans, but one of our biggest helps. There is nothing that this lady does not do to help us. And what's more, it's more than her just giving the clients medication, but the words of encouragement and hope that she gives them means a lot to us. So Miss Roberta Stromberg. Okay. So you guys know there's a name on this reintegration center. It's a Steve B. Flores and Family Reintegration Center, and it's named after my father and my family. So that is why I have such a huge place in my heart for this reintegration center. And without this lady who is my backbone, I couldn't do it without her. Our clients have clothes because of her, they have dishes because of her, and when we need a truck, she comes running. Miss Sally Flores. Now the next two, I'm going to ask that they come up together. They have a church here in our community, Victory Life Church, and a lot of you might recognize them from the community. They do a steak dinner for public safety and public services once a year. But what you don't also know is they give over 100 families in our community food once a month. And then what they also do is they come to our detention center to make sure we have drinks and snacks as officers. But more so for our clients, they come in 3 times a week out of their schedule to make sure that they do their program, Celebrate Recovery, with them. And then on Monday nights, they invite all of the clients that are on the streets to come and have dinner with them and just de-stress with them. We appreciate the two of you more than you could ever know. You are a huge part of this team, and because of you guys, this community is not only a better place, but the love that you bring is unconditional, and we appreciate the two of you very, very much. So Pastor Paul Diane and Pastor Diane Hesh, if you'll please come up. So we did have some that needed to either return to work or just couldn't stay any longer, but I do want to name them. We have Lieutenant Jose Ortiz, Officer Lorenzo Varela, Patricia Campbell, who is our food service director, who we also treasure her as well. Sometimes our clients, especially the ones that are homeless, come in and they haven't eaten in a few days, and she'll go out of her way to make them a tray off of her line so that she knows that while they're in our office, they've at least had something to eat that day. So she is very special to us. Andy Edelman, he's also one of our food service workers who has also taken on that responsibility to help them. And even when he knows that they're on the outs, if he sees them walking around town, he'll give them food as well. Officer Stephen Vigil, Officer Francisco Melendez, Officer Johnny Montano, who is our backbone. We call him for everything. We need this moved. We have a couch here. Someone donated us a bed, and he always helps us. And Miss Jana Lopez, who, because of her as well, we have a lot of our clients who are clothed. And then we do have a gentleman who did have to leave, and I wish he could have stayed because his name is Mr. James Archibek Jr. And Mr. Archibek is our truck guy. No matter what we're facing or what client we have to move, we call him and he comes running, and does not allow Crystal and I to lift a single thing. So we're very, very thankful to him. And our major, Antonio Padilla, he is our backbone. Coming into corrections, we all know it's very punitive, so when we had this idea of what we wanted our reintegration center to look like, it was really hard to change detention officers' mentality to why we were doing therapeutic stuff, why inmates are getting hugs, why inmates are dancing, and so he's really had to take the blunt of it all. But Antonio has been our backbone and the person who has really supported us the most, and he had to leave back to work, but we want to recognize him as well. And then the last two that I have are probably the most important to Crystal and I. These gentlemen go with dinners without us sometimes, drive us to a client's house if they need to. They really are our backbone. And they are our husbands, Stephen Parson and Ramon Baca. And without them, we wouldn't do what we do. But we're just so glad that we have the support that we do in our community. So I thank all of you for everything that you do. And before I leave, I just have one thing to challenge everybody in this room and in our community that are watching. It says, beginning today, treat everyone you meet as if they were going to be dead by midnight. Extend to them all the care, kindness, and understanding you can muster. And do it with no thought of reward. Your life will never be the same again. So I thank you, commissioners, for walking through this morning, for seeing what we do, and for supporting us the way that you guys do. I appreciate it.
I would like to say thank you to Ms. Sarah Parson and Ms. Sidi Baca. The work that you do shows. I did the walk through today at the county jail, and I mean, it's evident by the respect that is shown by the inmates that you serve, and the work that is put out on the walls. It shows, and the compassion that you have for our people shows. And I want to thank you guys for the hard work you do, and know that I'm here to support you in any way that I can.
Thank you. And if I have one more rose, and I forgot, I'm so sorry. But I could not do what I do without my partner in crime. So Crystal, thank you for not only becoming a licensed master social worker and working for a population where you don't get paid your worth, but I do appreciate everything that you do, and because of you, the clients' lives are a lot better. So thank you.
We'll move on to item number 7, resolution 09-10-19, September Preparedness Month. Presenter, Andrew Duran, San Miguel County Fire Chief.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Dr. Martinez. Today I have a resolution. The Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, along with San Miguel County and City of Las Vegas Office of Emergency Management, proclaimed September as Preparedness Month in San Miguel County in promoting awareness and preparatory steps to protect the lives and property of our community. I have resolution 09-10-19, September Preparedness Month. Whereas National Preparedness Month creates an important opportunity for every resident of San Miguel County to prepare their homes, businesses, and communities for any type of emergency, from natural disasters to potential terrorist attacks. And whereas during the nationwide campaign, San Miguel County encourages citizens to help ensure the safety and well-being of their families, neighbors, and communities. And whereas San Miguel County employees are instructed to review safety protocols evacuation routes and procedures for ensuring the safety of San Miguel County. And whereas San Miguel County is concerned about personnel safety and well-being during an emergency and their actions everyone can take to prepare for an emergency or disaster. And whereas household preparedness plans, including meeting points, extra emergency supplies, and emergency contact lists will help ensure you and your family are prepared for an emergency or disaster. And whereas receiving proper training for emergency situations, including first aid, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and the use of an automatic external defibrillator, and disaster and emergency training will provide the ability to safely and effectively respond to an emergency. And whereas emergency preparedness is the responsibility of every citizen of San Miguel County, are urged to make preparedness a priority by taking 4 steps. 1, get an emergency supply kit. 2, create a family emergency plan. 3, be informed about the types of emergencies that can occur in New Mexico. And 4, get involved with local preparedness organizations and efforts. Now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of San Miguel County do hereby proclaim the month of September 2019 as September Preparedness Month.
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
We move on to item number 8, meal tax levy. Presenter, Ms. Connie M. Gallegos, County Assessor.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It's already evening, right? So I'm, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I'd like to request a special meeting to approve the tax rates for mill levy. The DFA has requested an extension and we haven't received them yet. So once we receive them, I'd like to request a special meeting for approval.
So are you trying to schedule that now, or are you going to wait till you get the date?
Well, we don't know when we're going to be receiving them. So as soon as we receive them, I have 5 days to request a meeting. Once I receive them, I'll meet with Melinda, Finance Director, and we'll work on that, and then we'll request the meeting for approval. They did say sometime between the 16th and the 27th. Those were the dates that were given to me.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We'll wait for your word.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Item number 9, appointed to Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. Presenter, Mr. Alex Tafoya, Planning and Zoning Supervisor.
Good afternoon. We have a vacancy on the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board for a representative for the lodging industry. And our San Miguel County Lodgers Tax Ordinance provides for the chairperson of the County Commission to appoint members to serve on the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board, subject to approval by the Board of County Commission. We have one individual, Mr. Paul Aragon, who is the general manager of the Pandery Village Community Association, which includes a golf course, a restaurant, and lodging facilities, and he has expressed interest in serving on the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board. So what we would like is the Board of County Commissioners to consider appointing Mr. Paul Aragon to serve on the Lodgers Tax Advisory Board as a representing the lodging industry.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 10, temporary use agreement between County and Department of Game and Fish. Presenter, Mr. Alex Tafoya.
The agreement between the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish and the Village of Pecos, and it's an agreement which provides for the use of game and fish property for the purpose of a refuse transfer station in the area of Alamitos Arroyo in the vicinity of Pecos has expired. That's the facility that San Miguel County operates as the Pecos Solid Waste Collection Center. under a separate agreement between the county and the village of Pecos. So what county staff did is we set up a meeting with representatives of the New Mexico Game and Fish Department, and we asked them that Game and Fish Department either enter into an agreement with the county for the continued use of the property as a refuse transfer station, or sell or donate the property to the county. So this request was considered by the Game and Fish Department Commission, at its meeting on August 22nd, 2019. And the Game and Fish Commission took no action on the request. They're considering the request, and it's currently under review. But the county was asked to develop a temporary use agreement between the county and the Department of Game and Fish, so that the county continue to allow, so that the county can go ahead and continue using the property until Game and Fish Commission makes a determination. So we developed a temporary use agreement for a period of 1 year. Game and Fish has indicated that they are in agreement with this agreement. So we would ask that the Board of County Commissioners approve the agreement between the county and the Game and Fish for the operation of the transfer station, collection station in the vicinity of Pecos, and authorize our Commission Chairman, Maria Martinez, to sign the agreement so that we can get it back to Game and Fish for their signature. In the meantime, the county staff is working. The Game and Fish is interested in either donating the land or a possible land swap of properties, and we don't know what properties they have in mind, but at any rate, that's what's going on there. So we would like approval, because right now we're operating a solid waste facility in the area without an agreement, and we need to ensure that things are in order for liability purposes and things of that nature.
Motion to approve, Madam Chair.
Second?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Commissioner
Mr. Tafoya, have they talked about swapping what for what? They would give us the site where it is. What are they after from us?
They haven't indicated.
We don't really have
No,
property, do we? They want real property, or do they want cash, or we don't know?
we don't know yet.
Do we have?
The Game and Fish Commission hasn't made that determination yet.
We have a plan B in case it falls through with them after a year and that site is no longer available, or are we going to wait and see? What is your sense about that?
I think we'll probably start working on that early on, because there's always that possibility they may not extend the agreement beyond a year. So we'll get, Arnold Lopez and I will get with the county manager to start that discussion.
Thank you.
One question. Mr. Tafoya?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything that you can see about the property, any attributes or deficiencies or defects or anything? Just say the Department of Game and Fish elected to donate it to the county. Or is there anything on the property right now that would adversely affect the county if we accepted that donation?
I don't think so. I don't know if Mr. Lopez has any different opinion, but it's a well-kept location. We met with 4 of the department representatives, and they were very open to renewing the agreement, and they started talking about, I guess, reducing the amount of land holdings that they have. And this was a discussion that we had with their department representatives. And then somewhere along the line, one of them suggested swapping properties, but they haven't given any indication what property
Thank you.
they would want to swap.
In answer to your question, Commissioner Trujillo, the only thing that I see there used to be a old landfill, within that property, and that's the only thing that I see that might affect us, in the future, the maintenance and, the monitoring and stuff like that of the landfill. And that used to belong to Pecos, if I'm correct.
Thank you for that, and I'd like to add to that. And when I was visiting the mill site, the Molino, with Paul Robinson a couple of years ago, with Environment Department officials and some guests from Mongolia and the Ukraine who are looking at mining reclamation, we were at that site, and at that time, Environment Department started the discussion that they were trying to dispose of that property, the Molino, the property. Game and Fish owns it. They have done, Environment Department has done monitoring of the site, but they kind of, from our perspective and their own admission, have not really monitored as closely as it should be. So they were looking at disposing of the property and turning it over to a nonprofit organization, and maybe it was considered that the Upper Pecos Watershed Association might be interested. And then I got into conversation with them about maybe a partnership with the county and the Upper Pecos Watershed Association, but not wanting to obligate us because it is a toxic site. There, you know, the Molino has metals and it's been covered up, but there's 60 feet of dirt, contaminated soil at the mill site. So that conversation, and included when the Department of Game and Fish was also talking about the site where the landfill is now. So they're talking about disposing of property in general, but they also were suggesting that either UPWA and maybe the county. And then when I proposed that maybe we look, I'm not saying we do it, but let's look at that and see if there's any benefit versus the risk that we take with it. And they just dropped the conversation, so I'm assuming that they're not interested in disposing of that property at the mill site to us, but this is in proximity. It's on that same road. They call it Molino Road. The Molino's farther down, but we call the dump or the transfer station is at the beginning of that county road. So just a little bit of history there.
So they did mention that in our discussion, and now what we indicated in our interest would be just the portion that operates as a transfer station.
Okay.
We indicated that we are not interested in any other property beyond that. For that reason, we do not want to accept that responsibility.
Move on to item number 11, resolution number 09-10-19 RA02, addition of Windsor Creek Drive, a newly named private road name that will be added to the official E911 road list of San Miguel County. Presenter, Mr. Diego Gil, Information Technology Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. A resident of a private access road off Windsor Road in the Windsor Creek Summer Home, New Mexico area petitioned the county to name the driveway leading to their residence. Per San Miguel County Ordinance Number SMC 07-1399, ORD-2, Section 4.1-C, proposed to San Miguel County Board of Commissioners, please review and take appropriate action on road naming. This name has been deemed to be acceptable by San Miguel County Rural Addressing staff per San Miguel County Ordinance. At this time, we ask for your approval of road name Windsor Creek Drive.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Varela. Second by Commissioner Nahara. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Item number 12, resolution number 09-10-19 RA01, addition of Caballo Lane, a newly named private road that will be added to the official E91 road list of San Miguel County, New Mexico.
A resident of a private access road off New Mexico Highway 63 in the Road, New Mexico area petitioned the county to name a driveway leading to their residence. Per San Miguel County Ordinance, Section 4.1-C, proposed to San Miguel County Board of County Commissioners, please review and take appropriate action on the road name. This name has been deemed to be acceptable by SMC Rural Addressing staff for San Miguel County Ordinance. At this time, we ask for approval of Caballo Lane.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahara, second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 13, resolution number 09-10-19 RA02, renaming Gladstone Drive to Millstone Drive, a renamed private road name that will be added to the official E911 road list of San Miguel County.
Once again, a resident of a private access road off County Road B59 in the Lovato, New Mexico area petitioned the county to name the driveway leading to their residence. Per San Miguel County Ordinance, proposed to San Miguel County Board of Commissioners, please review and take appropriate action on road naming. This name has been deemed acceptable by SMC Rural Addressing staff per San Miguel County Ordinance. At this time, we ask for your approval of Milestone Drive.
I have a motion
move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 14, road viewing for potential abandonment. Presenter, Mr. Vidal Martinez, County Manager.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, pursuant of Article 5, vacation, alteration, and establishment of county roads and bridges, Section 67-5-4. At this time, I'm requesting road viewing of the following county roads for potential abandonment. That would be C-48A, C-49A, C-53D, C-57C, C-57D, C-59, C-50D, B-10, B-37A, and B-48. At this time, I'm requesting approval for just the road view.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 15, New Mexico Subdivision Act. Presenter, Mr. Alex Tafoya, Planning and Zoning Supervisor.
This is just a short presentation on the New Mexico Subdivision Act and San Miguel County Ordinance Number SNC-06-25-96-ORD. These are things that we deal with in the Planning and Zoning Office quite frequently. For information purposes, the current New Mexico Subdivision Act was enacted in 1995, and it provides for the regulation of subdivisions within county boundaries, and it also provides for boards of county commissions to adopt regulations setting forth the county's requirements for a variety of items, which the county commission did by adopting our subdivision ordinance. Those items include things such as preliminary and final plat approval, quantifying the maximum annual water requirements, assessing water availability, water conservation measures, water of an acceptable quality for human consumption and protection from contamination, liquid waste disposal, legal access to each parcel, sufficient and adequate roads to each parcel, including ingress and egress for emergency vehicles, utility easements to each parcel, terrain management, phase development, protecting cultural resource properties, archaeological sites, and unmarked human burials, specific information in a disclosure statement, reasonable fees approximating the cost to the county of determining compliance with the New Mexico Subdivision Act and county subdivision regulations, a summary procedure for certain Type 3 and Type 5 subdivisions, the recording of conveyances of parcels with the county clerk's office, financial security to assure completion of all improvements within a subdivision, fencing of subdivided land where appropriate, and any other matters relating to subdivision that the Board of County Commissioners feels is necessary to promote health, safety, or general welfare. Under the New Mexico Subdivision Act, a subdivision is defined, and the New Mexico Subdivision Act is state law. A subdivision is defined as the division of a surface area of land, including land within a previously approved subdivision, into two or more parcels for the purpose of sale, lease, or other conveyance, or for building development, whether that is immediate or future. However, the Subdivision Act provides for 13 different types of land divisions that are exempt from the requirements and provisions of the New Mexico Subdivision Act. The Act, and I won't go into any detail unless there's any questions, but the Act provides for 5 different types of subdivisions, a Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, Type 4, and Type 5. So all in all, there are 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 different types of divisions of land that are allowed under the New Mexico Subdivision Act. The 13 different types of divisions that are not subject to the requirements of the New Mexico Subdivision Act are handled under a process which is called a claim of exemption application. We probably handle on a yearly basis anywhere from 75 to 80 claim of exemption applications per year. Right now, we've probably got a couple of dozen that are in various stages, just depending on what the applicant has brought in or not brought in. For claims of exemptions, we require a copy of the current property deed. Be surprised how many people want to divide land that they don't own. Copy of the current property survey, copies of documents that indicate family relationship. This would be for family transfers. Copies of property tax assessments, and of course the application needs to have a notarized signature. The Subdivision Act also provides a process for re-subdivision of existing subdivisions and for vacation of plats of existing subdivisions. County staff has no authority to approve a re-subdivision or vacation of plat. We've had several of these in the past year that have been presented to the Board of County Commission for action. We have 2 pending as soon as the applications are complete to bring to the Board of County Commissioners. In regard to subdivision application, it's a process that requires submittal of an application form, copy of the current property deed, a preliminary plat of the subdivision, which is suitable for agency review and comment, disclosure statement suitable for agency review and comment, copies of the proposed covenants, copies of water well permits. They need to indicate to us how utilities are going to be provided, if they're going to be provided. They need to indicate how each parcel will have access, road and utility easements, emergency access. Once we get an application for a subdivision that is complete, with all the required documents that we need, we submit it. We send it out for agency review to different agencies, such as the New Mexico State Engineer's Office, the New Mexico Environment Department, New Mexico Highway and Transportation Department, Historic Preservation Division, a municipality if the subdivision site is within an extraterritorial zone, Soil and Water Conservation, New Mexico Game and Fish, the solid waste, any water districts. We submit it for agency review, and we ask those agencies, and they're required under state statute to respond. We ask those agencies to provide their comments within 30 days, and any comments that we get, if that are adverse comments, we forward those comments to the applicant to address the concerns that an agency might have. There's 5 different types of subdivisions, but not all subdivisions go to both the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commission for approval or denial. Subdivisions can be denied. There's 2 types of subdivisions that are called summary subdivisions that only come to the Board of County Commissioners under the summary review process. Summary review process is a little different than what I call a full-blown application, because summary review does not require water availability assessment. It doesn't require proof of water availability as compared to a full-blown subdivision, where a full-blown subdivision, an applicant would have to actually show that they can provide water for a 40-year period. Under required improvements, in the event that an applicant is going to provide the infrastructure for delivery of water, liquid waste, roads, and drainage, such infrastructure are considered required improvements, and the applicant is required to enter into an improvement agreement with the county and provide financial guarantee that the improvements will be completed before any lots within the subdivision can be sold, and before the final survey plat can be recorded in the office of the county clerk. The financial guarantee can be a letter of credit from a bank or some other form of financial guarantee that the Board of County Commission requires. In regard to claims of exemption applications, the legislature passed a law about 5-6 years ago that require the property taxes to be paid and current before a survey plat can be filed in the office of the county clerks. So the county treasurer does a pretty good job of and then the county treasurer has to sign off on the plat as well. They do a pretty good job of making sure that the property taxes are up to date. There are some property owners in the past that have been delinquent in their properties taxes for 2, 3, 4 years, and we've been able to bring them up to date using this process. So we do have a process in regard to subdivision applications. An application can take as long as a year before an application is complete enough to take to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the County Commission for approval. That has to do because with the fact that most of the time applicants come into our office for the purpose of applying for a subdivision, but they don't know what kind of subdivision they want to apply for, or what they want to do. They come in and ask us, can we divide our land? Well, the answer to that question is yes. And then our role is to guide them through the process. Our role is not to tell them what kind of subdivision to apply for, but we do guide them through the process. That's it in a nutshell. I bring this to the County Commission just for information because from time to time individuals will say that we're just arbitrarily approving things without going through a proper process. We had probably 40 applications recently reviewed under a request for public information, and that's not a bad thing because it ensures that we're following the law properly, and so our files are open to anyone, of course. And with that, I'll close unless there's any questions anybody has.
I have a question, Madam Chair. Mr. Tafoya, on the 40-year water supply, is that set forward through the state regulations, and is that going to be ever looked at, the 40-year water supply?
40-year water supply is set under the New Mexico Subdivision Act. So if someone comes in and they want to do a subdivision for 10 lots, that doesn't fall under the summary review process, so they would have to actually hire a water hydrologist and do a water availability assessment and show that they can provide water to those lots for a 40-year period. And then all of that, we get the water availability assessment and we forward all of that to the Office of the State Engineer for their review, and they'll issue either a positive or a negative opinion. If they issue a negative opinion, then they'll indicate the reasons why, and then we provide that to the applicant, and the applicant has 30 days to address the concerns.
Thank you, and I was on Planning and Zoning, as you know, on that commission for 8 years, so we had to follow the rules. And I understand, given the climate that we've been in and the water availability and drought, is there any discussion about changing that 40-year requirement to a longer period? Has that been discussed at the subdivision, the state?
Not that I'm aware of. The land use affiliate a couple of years ago attempted to have some changes made to the New Mexico Subdivision Act, but of course the process being that we had to submit our resolution, if you will, before the New Mexico Association Counties board, and it never went anywhere mainly because there was a lack of legislative support for a sponsor to do anything. The Subdivision Act is a little old already, but it works very well, and we don't get a lot of subdivision applications. Most of them are claims of exemptions, and we follow the process that's provided under the Subdivision Act for all of that. So.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tafoya. We'll move to item number 16, New Mexico Finance Authority Local Government Planning Fund. presenter, Mr. Coy.
The New Mexico Finance Authority Local Government Planning Fund provides capital necessary for proper planning of vital public projects, including economic development plans and economic development feasibility studies. So applications for these types of planning documents are limited to $50,000 per planning document, and entity such as the county is eligible to apply for up to $100,000 within a 24-month period. So the process begins with the submittal of an enrollment form, which identifies the primary contact person for the application. Once the enrollment form is submitted to the Finance Authority, the Finance Authority will then issue a username and password so that the county, in this case, can access the application. And once the application is complete, it has to be approved and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners by a resolution. So one of the projects, which is a possible economic development project, which would require a plan or an economic feasibility study, is a proposed racino. So what we're asking is the Board of County Commissioners to allow county staff to submit an enrollment form to the New Mexico Finance Authority for feasibility study for a proposed racino to determine the objectives, benefits, and challenges of a racino within the county and its economic impact to the county, and also asking the Board of County Commissioners to designate a primary contact person who would submit the enrollment form and submit the application to the New Mexico Finance Authority.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Varela.
Mr. Tafoya, I have concerns, and I'm not saying I'm against it or for the racino, but just as a process, and I heard about this, I believe at last month's meeting, that this was a possible plan for economic development. Is this how we started, or should the commission have a discussion about other options? So I don't know if it's backwards, or this is the process that we start this, then we're considering it. And how does this compare to like other economic development endeavors that might be presented? So that's one question. And then the other one, is this the same as the CDBG planning grant, or is this a different planning grant?
It's a different grant, different funding source.
Okay, so thanks. But on the other part, can you answer that?
The first part,
Yeah, it's about like, yes, so is this the way that it's presented, you know, look at the feasibility, or should the commissioners discuss this versus other options? Or I'm just kind of at a loss for how we...
you don't have an easier question.
I could probably think of hard ones.
I would say that that's probably a discussion the board would probably have to have. I would say probably with the county manager, if there's a different project that they want to select.
Yeah, I'm just curious that process. It's only like just one idea presented. Do we have an option to like just explore and discuss other things, or is this it? Is this what you decided?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, I think the request here is through the New Mexico Finance Authority, $50,000 for a feasibility study to determine if it's feasible to submit an application for a racino. And again, it just depends at the state level, but all we're requesting is money for a feasibility study. That's it.
I understand, but my question is, are there other projects that we could consider, and how the process? I mean, did you come up with this, Mr. Manager? Have you talked to other commissioners? How did this get here?
This was discussed at Chamber of Commerce meeting, and I know in the past under Governor Susana Martinez, there was a request for proposals, and this Economic Development, EDC, submitted a letter. They never submitted an application.
EDC, you mean the
Correct.
county?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
But, Madam Chair, members of the commission, I would, if Commissioner, if you have any other ideas, I would definitely like to discuss that, if you have any other suggestions on economic development.
Could we apply for others, the same kind of a grant to explore the feasibility of other projects, or is that put all our eggs in that one basket with this request?
To my understanding, Mr. Tafoya, you mentioned that we could apply for $100,000 within a 24-month period, correct?
That's correct. The enrollment form process, when you submit the enrollment form, you need to identify a project. So, I mean, if there's another project, that would be for the commission, I would say, to determine.
And it could be considered in this period also, up to 50,000?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Madam Chair? Mr. Tafoya, is there a deadline on this
No, they receive them at any time throughout the year.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
I have a question, if I may. So who would be the primary contact person?
Madam Chair, who do you recommend?
I would recommend
You or Dr. Martinez?
our county manager,
Okay.
Dr. Martinez.
Dr. Martinez and Alex.
And Alex, we have two, just that way we have somebody to fall back on. If one's not available, the other is available. You guys are gonna tag team on this one. We're done on that one? Okay, we go on to item number 17, road petition number CR 19-001.
The San Miguel County road viewers held and conducted a public road viewing of Harlan Drive within the Glenwood Estates subdivision. This is in regard to road petition number CR-19-001. The recommendations of the road viewers are being presented for consideration by the Board of County Commissioners, and I'll read those recommendations. What we're asking the Board of County Commission to do is to hear the recommendations and comments submitted by the road viewers, hold a public hearing on the road petition number CR-19-001. In regard to this public hearing, we sent out notices to 39 residents who signed up for such notices. And then we're asking the Board of County Commissioners to take action to adopt the road, or approve the application and adopt the road, table the application, or not to adopt Harlan Drive as a county road. We had 3 road viewers. The first road viewer recommended, after close consideration as a road viewer, I'm recommending that the Board County Commissioners consider adopting this main area, which would be Harlan Drive, as a county road with stipulations that the residents meet the county halfway and install culverts on existing driveways, which will help with the draining problem. Also, that the county find a way to divert the drainage to property adjacent to the road on the north side, This particular road viewer cites the health, welfare, and safety of the county residents and the number of entities that utilize this road besides the residents, such as law enforcement, bus route, fire and rescue, REA electric, septic system personnel, etc. The next road viewer, did not make a recommendation, but suggests that county manager and other county staff members meet with the subdivision representatives / residents and provide assistance on how to acquire funding for roads, streets within the subdivision. Then the third road viewer is recommending that the San Miguel County establish this road as a public road and maintain the road as needed. Those are the recommendations submitted. And at this point, I would ask that the Board of County Commissioners entertain public comment from any interested persons who may be here to speak on the application.
Let me go ahead and ask anybody who wishes to make comments as far as this issue. Like we did before, I want you to stand up. I want you to raise your right hand, or just raise your right hand if you can't stand up. And let me swear you in so that you can make comments as to this particular road in here. All those who wish to comment, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. I am going to swear to tell the truth in my presentation to the Board of County Commissioners. Tonight. So when you go up to the podium, please state your name, your address, and your opinion. Who's first?
Okay. Should I wait for him? This is better, huh? Wait for him. Okay. My name is Alfonso Padilla. I live on 3503 Cedarman Road. At the road viewing, we pointed out some of the concerns that we had about Harlan Road. First thing that we noted was that it had progressively deteriorated with rain corrosion and just the overall use of the road. And the deterioration has compromised a lot of things there, like a lot of things that Alex mentioned. The safe passage of service vehicles such as school buses. I know that when it gets muddy down there, Virginia, the bus driver down there, has refused to go down there. So it gets rough for the road, for a bus to go down there. Ambulances, law enforcement, transportation vehicles like for home care services, patients, service vehicles for handicapped residents. I see Mr. Pacheco and his son are here, and they have to have good roads to get in and out, so that's another concern. Another thing is that we only have one exit, one entrance into that property. If there was an issue up at the beginning of Olivia Road and Harlan Road was muddy, it had just rained or something, we wouldn't be able to get in and out of there. Let's say there was a fire at the beginning there at one of those first houses, we would be kind of in a bind.
So, and another thing that that we noted was that there is no drainage. There's no bar ditch. Basically, where the road has basically deteriorated, the road is level with the ditches that used to exist. So there is no ditch there anymore. It's just even with the ditch. So a lot of times the rain will go onto the roads and erode the center of the road. So it's really bad now. There is no material there. It's just basically dirt, you know. So, but those are some of the items that I listed concerning the road, and it needs it's in dire need of maintenance. I don't know if anybody else wants to come up. And again, we're asking for your consideration in the petition. So.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla.
Hi, Madam Chair and members of the commissioners. My name is Helen Padilla. I'm from 3509 Lewis Road. I'm not related to Alfonso, different household. Everything that he said, I've been there for 25 years, and as years go by, the road, the usage, it's getting worse and worse. I'm from a ranch, and I get it, dirt roads, four-wheel drives, no problem. However, the mud there is like clay. It's really difficult with the weather. The main road, the Hardin that we're talking about, if you are not from there, people who drive down there will get stuck. They'll get stuck and they need to be pulled, but they have to wait till the road's kind of clear, the road's kind of dry out. Not even will, what do you call that truck that pulls out other trucks? Well, you know, you can't even get them out of there. That's how bad that road is. That's how bad that mud is. It's different. It's really different. Not even a four-wheel drive will get you through that main road. And again, if there's emergencies, if there's one of the road is obstructed, there's no way to get that main entrance because we just have one enter-exit area on Hardin Drive. I do want to say, after so many years, there is material there. There is material underneath that road. It just needs to be like, I don't know the whole thing, but there is material, and then just get like a final top to that. It just needs to be really maintained, fixed, should I say, with the proper material.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan.
Hello everyone, my name is Mike Montano. I live at 3513 Ning. And like Helen was saying, when it rains, when it gets cloudy, that road turns to mud. But even on when we haven't had any rain, that road is tough to get by. On my daughter's car, for example, we've had to replace new shocks, struts, everything on it. Several different people have had to do more than just regular repairs on their cars just because of that road. Another thing Alan was saying, that the material is there, it's just in the bar ditch. If somehow we had some equipment to get the material that's in the ditch back onto the road, that would help considerably. That's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thanks for listening to us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Floyd Pacheco. I live at 3510 Seedman Road. I've had to fix my lift several times because the road is so bad. My van is a 3/4 ton and it's really hard. I've had to replace my lift. I've been living there about 14 years and it just destroys the vehicles because the road is so bad at times. My wish is for the county commissioners to make the Harlem Drive a county road and maintain it. I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wishes to provide comment on this issue? If not, then a motion to close. Oh, I'm sorry.
I am Martin Pacheco, and I live in Glenwood State, 3510 Seedman Drive. And we have we have been asking for half a mile of real bad road. I'm really concerned about the kids driving that bus. It gets they could get hurt. It gets really bad when it's icy. It's really bad. And if you decide to make it a county road, that's half a mile, it's only half a mile, it's a main road, I'm willing to donate $5,000 for the material that you're going to need there. So thank you very much. That's all I want to say.
Is there anybody else who wishes to provide comment? If not, a motion to close the hearing before we go on to the next item.
Do I have a motion to close the public hearing? So moved. Motion by Commissioner Varela.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we move on. We take action. Do we take action to adopt, table, or not adopt Harlan Drive? Do I have a motion on the floor?
Madam Chair, some questions.
Commissioner Varela.
Do we have a cost associated with adopting this road, and where's the developer?
Well, we do have a cost, but was developed in 2011 when we had a previous application, so it's 8-9 years old. But we don't have a current cost right now.
What was that cost 9 years ago?
For length of road, 0.66 miles, which included base course, culverts, drainage, was $425,356.25 at that time.
How much was that? I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
426,000.
Yeah.
That was in 2011.
Do you know what that would, do you have any idea what that would be with the inflation? Do you have any guess?
No, no.
Do we need to do that again before we decide? Do you know what the cost is?
Well, it might not be a bad idea because I think the commission needs to probably be aware of what the cost would be for that. The engineer that prepared that cost, I think is one of our current engineers on contract. So we could probably ask him to give us a opinion of probable construction cost, maybe adjusted for inflation, because the scope of work's not going to change. Just the price of materials and things of that nature will change.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Mahat.
would that be something that we would refer to our engineer, that Vern Miller, or whoever it is, that could come back and give us an estimated cost?
We can ask him to do that.
Being that it's, we're past our FY19 budget, we've already spent all our money for this year, so we would need to know how much it's going to cost. So I'm making a motion at this time that we table this, at least for a month, till we get a cost estimate as to what it would cost. I'm not saying that I'm against this project, I'm just saying that we need to know what it's going to cost the county at this time. Because right now, we don't have the budget, we've used all our money for this particular year. We would have to look for funding from some other source.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Nahat to table. Second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So if I may ask, then, so you want us to go ahead and contact the county's engineer?
Would a month be enough time?
Pardon?
Would a month be enough time to get the cost estimate?
Yes, you want us
For
to,
2 months,
you want us to do that?
Is there money associated with us getting a cost estimate? There is, correct? Do we have the money to even
I'd
get
have
a
to ask
cost estimate?
Mr. Lopez.
Because they're not just going to give us a cost estimate, I'm sure there's money associated, correct?
Yes, correct. There is money associated with that. And so I've already had the discussion with him. And what he estimated, of course, this is just an estimate. He would estimate between 15 and 20,000 to do the engineering for us if we were to do the improvements ourselves with our resources. That would be our equipment, our material, our manpower. But that's what the engineer would cost us to design and to do drainage easements, and then to provide us with plans that we can, with our resources, address and reconstruct that road. And I also have went through myself and determined how many culverts we would need. We'd need approximately 500 feet of culvert. Estimated cost on that is about $15,000 to purchase culverts. And again, that's just an estimate. It's a half a mile long that would need the material and improvement, which would be about 1,000 yards of base course. Estimated cost on that delivered is about $22,000. And that again is using our resources. That doesn't include equipment, time, and manpower.
Madam Chair? Mr. Lopez, and maybe Alex can shed light on this as well. When you had that estimate in 2011, was that estimate for everything, outsourcing material, outsourcing equipment, outsourcing manpower, everything? So if we compared that to what you're proposing, that the county used its own equipment and its own manpower, we would be drastically reducing the cost of making this road, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct. That estimate would definitely have been contracting out to a contractor and doing all the project with other means.
And do we have the equipment and the resources to do a project like that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a question. The other part of my question is, I understand this is a subdivision. Where's the developer? Isn't their commitment to maintain the roads for their residents?
The developer passed away a few years ago.
So is there a homeowner association that's charged with providing?
The covenants, the restrictive covenants provide for a homeowners association, but there is no association.
Madam Chair.
Yes, and yeah, I understand the need and all these things I'm hearing. The road in East Pecos, B51, that is also a public safety hazard. People can't get in or out, and it doesn't even require a large storm event, just a small rain like we had in July. People were trapped on either side and can't get in or out, and I'm very concerned about the public safety in that area. So, and other roads that we have in the county that we need to take care of. And that is a county road. So that's my concern, that we have a lot of roads.
I think that if we could direct the county attorney to look at all the covenants and all that, the homeowners association and all that, we could look at all that paperwork to see, what responsibility the homeowners have for this property as well. Before we move forward, that's something that I think we need to see.
Okay, I can do that. I just asked the people who testified that I need your basic paperwork. I need your basic covenants, your copies of the deeds, copies of any title insurance, especially when we're dealing with a subdivision and a developer, and what the agreement was between the people who purchased the land from the developer and the developer back to them. I probably also need to see a plat of the area, because oftentimes the plat will show whether or not the subdivision was accepted in full or whether or not the subdivision was accepted in part. Normally, when we accept subdivisions, we do not accept the roads. They remain as the responsibility as the developer. But if there would be somebody who can get me that information and work with me, my number is 505-426-4295. Faster you get me that information, the faster I can make a report to the commission.
And I want to say to the people that are here in reference to Harlan Drive, your concerns are valid with us. However, you have to realize too that we have county roads that are county roads that are going to be neglected as part of, if we decide to take on this road. And do we have the resources, which Melinda would be able to answer, to even do something like this? Because money that we use from here will be taken away from here. And it's not that your concerns aren't valid with us, they are, however, we need to look at the whole picture before we can even decide what can be done.
If I may, the Planning and Zoning Office can provide the county attorney with most of the information he's asking for.
Madam Chair. I'm of the opinion on this particular project that it could be done within the current operating budget. And I'm only saying that because I've had experience dealing with the public works budget, and I know that it's very open as far as the material that gets produced at the gravel crusher is X amount of material per year. So there's always an inventory of material that's there. Yeah, given there's already roads that are existing where this material will be probably utilized. Same thing with culverts. We used to always, and I'm not sure if they're doing that now, but I'm sure they are. Mr. Lopez is very, very forward-thinking, and so we always had an inventory of culverts. So I'm being optimistic that it could fall within the current operating budget without there being a negative impact to the daily operations of the Public Works Division. And, given, you're right, we need to look at what it's going to cost to build this road, but I don't foresee anywhere near $400,000 to get that road built. We built Pork Chop Road when I was here, which was one of our first roads that we built with material. And it's probably twice the length of this particular road, and we built it with our crew. And if we would have had a contractor build that road for us, it would have probably been $400,000 or $500,000 to build it. It cost us probably, by the time that we were done, between $50,000 and $75,000 to build it. So there's a big difference. There's a big difference when you have the sources, such as the sources that this particular road needs, versus the sources of a road that's got large drainage problems or an asphalt road that's already existent, because there you're looking at the cost very easily going real high. But on a primitive road like this, like the people are saying, there's already material there. It could be brought back up, to allow for some solid base to be built, because that's probably all that it's good for. And then we would probably have to place some of the material that is produced at the gravel site. But I'm confident, and this is just me speaking, I'm confident that it could be built within the current operating budget that we have if we decide to approve this road when it comes to us again.
And I just want, I want it out there too that, we have on our agenda to vacate rooms. We have a gentleman in the audience that's here that spoke that he doesn't want his road vacated. You know, and he's a county road, his road is a county road, you know, he wants his road maintained. However, we have it on the agenda to vacate his road, you know, he's against that. You know, so I think that we have to look at, are we gonna neglect some of our county roads that we're already responsible for to adopt this road? Or how can we address it? Because, I mean, these people matter to me as well as all the people. But we need to see the big picture. We need to have our attorney review the documentation that we have at hand. We need to see with Melinda, because we don't know, I mean, the financial burden it'll put on our county either. This isn't going to be a one-time fix. This is going to be long-term. Once we adopt the road, we're going to be responsible for the road for the lifetime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, I don't know, Mr. Lopez will give his road report, but San Jose, San Juan, and San Isidro, especially San Jose and San Isidro, those roads have been neglected for years and years. And I've been told that we don't have it in our budget to address those roads, and those are county roads, and they're very bad. Potholes, and then East Pecos, like I said, it's a public safety issue. I also care about other areas in the county, not just my district, and I've supported requests of the other commissioners. We voted to support that, and I just want to make sure that people in the rural areas are also taken care of, and that San Jose Road is terrible, and San Isidro. And I don't want to sacrifice one for the other. We have a lot, 500 roads, so it's county roads to take care of, so it's my 2 cents.
So I think we'll move forward from here. I think the item number 17 has been tabled, so we'll move forward till we get all the documentation and all the information from the attorney. Alex, you will provide the attorney with that information so he can look into that. I don't know if there's anything else. Melinda, I don't know. You know, once we figure out what the cost would be, we'll see if we can move forward, how we're going to move forward.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Mr. Tafoya, Mr. Lopez, what is the time frame to review roads for abandonment? How long would that take? The commission just approved to review for road viewings. What's the time frame for those particular roads?
To discontinue roads? To hold the road viewings to discontinue roads?
Yeah. Correct.
Or abandon roads?
Item number 14 on the agenda, road viewing for potential abandonment. There was a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 roads. So our next step would be to have the road viewers look at the roads. So my question is, how long is that process? What the time frame?
It doesn't give, the state statute doesn't give a time frame in regard to conducting the road viewers, but it does say that the road viewers would view such road or part of road and make a report thereof to the Board of County Commissioners at their next regular meeting, setting forth fully their finding. And if they recommend a discontinuance of such road or part of road, then the Board of County Commissioners may order the same vacated. You have, 10 roads there, so, and I haven't looked at the lists, I don't know exactly where they are, but it's going to be a matter of notifying property owners along those roads, scheduling the road viewers, and then getting the road viewers out there. So 10 roads is...
could take a couple of months.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
And if, for instance, if a property owner chooses not to vacate his road, it says, I don't want to vacate my road, they can come and speak, right?
We would have to, yes, we would have a similar hearing like we did today.
So
So we end up with
Madam Chairman, if I may add, there was an offer by the Pacheco's to help contribute to the road. We do have what's called self-improvement districts, where a district or an area is benefiting by a project. The families in that area all contribute to the benefit because they receive the benefit. Maybe other information we need are how many families, how many people are affected by this, and would they also be willing to help contribute towards this very important road through a contract. If the issue is money, this might help narrow the gap.
We're asking about the budget, commissioners. And it's really hard to say when you have money, so I'm not sure what else public works has in store for the monies that they budgeted for regular road maintenance. And I'm not sure what kind of priorities have been set. I think, and I could be wrong, is that we have a road like log, and there's like conditions of each road to determine like if it's a more condition, what kind of conditions they are. And I think we really need to take a really good, realistic look at it for the future to determine what the priorities are, how much the overall costs are going to be, so we can see what it is we can truly afford, rather than just trying to look at one road at a time.
I agree with that. I think that we have to pretty much look at the whole picture of what roads we're maintaining regularly, what roads we're not maintaining, because there's people that live on every road that want their roads fixed and kept up to par. So I think we need to look at the roads and see. I know in my area, I traveled Harlan Road yesterday. I was out there yesterday looking at that road. I know what you guys, I saw what's there. I know out there in Chapel, I've gone out to Chapel, I've gone out to Tecolotito, I've been to several areas. I mean, there's potholes in every area that we need to start looking at. And these roads are our county roads, and we need to look at the whole picture, I think, before we can move forward. That's my say. Do we have any more comments? Move forward. Okay, we'll move on to item number 13, resolution number 09-10-19, RA02, renaming. Oh no, I'm sorry. My bad. 18. My bad. Okay, item number 18, approval of the intergovernmental service agreement with Department of Public Safety and Emergency Dispatch Services. Presenter, Mr. Chris Lopez, San Miguel County Sheriff. Sorry about that, Mr. Lopez. I just.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I can be a little long-winded at times, so I'll try and keep it short. Before you today for approval is an intergovernmental service agreement with the Department of Public Safety, which is for emergency dispatch services. I can't say exactly, but I'd say probably the last, 5 to 8 years, we've been working with the Department of Public Safety, who's been providing us our dispatch services, and that's Sheriff's Office and also a lot of our fire departments as well. So what we're looking at today is asking for your approval in continuing those services for fiscal years 20 and 21. We were able to keep the price the same as what we've been paying in the past. So if you have any questions, I'll entertain them.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahad, second by Commissioner Garcia. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 19, out-of-state travel. LWSO Latina Social Work Conference. Mr. Matt A. Alwell, Warden.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, requesting approval for out-of-state travel for Crystal Cidibaca and Sarah Parson to attend the Latino Social Work Organization Latinx Social Work Conference in Chicago, Illinois, September 25th to 27th on the campus of the University of Illinois, Chicago. We've been invited to speak at the conference on our MAP program and how they operate in rural detention centers, and we recommend approval.
Motion to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Varela.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Out-of-state travel, cell block survival training. Mr. Matt Alwell.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we're requesting approval for out-of-state travel for Lieutenant Joy Romero to attend cell block survival training in Aurora, Colorado, October 22nd through October 24th. This course will add another technique to our officer training, giving our officers another tool to utilize when we're doing cell extractions. Having trained instructors of this sort cut our training costs down doing that training on site, and recommend approval.
Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Nahar, second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Resolution number 09-10-2019, SMCDC Stepping Up Initiative.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this resolution has to deal with reducing those with mental illness in jails. It's sponsored by the National Association of Counties, the Council of State Governments, Justice Center, and the American Psychiatric Association Foundation. And I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. This will be Resolution 09-10-2019 SMCDC Stepping Up Initiatives. Whereas counties routinely provide treatment services to an estimated 2 million people with serious mental illness booked into jails each year, whereas prevalent rates of serious mental illness in jails are 3 to 6 times higher than that of the general public, whereas almost 3/4 of adults with serious mental illness in jails have co-occurring substance use disorder, whereas adults with mental illness tend to stay longer in jail and upon release are at a higher risk of recidivism than people without these disorders, whereas county jails spend 2 to 3 times more on adults with mental illness that require interventions compared to those without these treatment needs. Whereas without the appropriate treatment and services, people with mental illnesses continue to cycle through the criminal justice system, often resulting in tragic outcomes for these individuals and their families. Whereas San Miguel County takes pride in their responsibility to protect and enhance the health, welfare, and safety of its residents in efficient and cost-effective ways. Whereas San Miguel County has increased its mental health services for those incarcerated and developed release planning initiatives to aid those with mental health illness transition back into the community. Whereas through Stepping Up, the National Association of Counties, the Council of State Governments, Justice Center, and the American Psychiatric Association Foundation are encouraging public, private, and nonprofit partners to reduce the number of people with mental illnesses in jails. We resolve to utilize the comprehensive resources available through Stepping Up to convene or draw on a diverse team of leaders and decision makers from multiple agencies committed to safely reducing the number of people with mental illness in jails, collect and review prevalent numbers, and assess individuals' needs to better identify adults entering jails with mental illness and their recidivism risk, and use that baseline information to guide decision making at the system, program, and case levels. Examine treatment and service capacity to determine which programs and services are available in this county for people with mental illness and co-occurring substance use disorders, and identify state and local policy and funding barriers to minimize contact with the justice system and providing treatment and supports in the community. Develop a plan with measurable outcomes that draws on jail assessment and prevalent data and examination of available treatment service capacity while considering identified barriers. Implement research-based approaches that advance the plan and create a process to track progress using data, information systems, and to report on the success. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of the San Miguel County, New Mexico, do hereby sign on to call to action to reduce the number of people with mental illnesses in our county jail, commit to sharing lessons learned with other counties in my state and across the country to support a national initiative, and encourage all county officials, employees, and residents to participate in Stepping Up on this 10th day of September 2019. I ask your approval of the resolution.
I have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner
Second.
Garcia, second by Commissioner Nahara. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon.
Item number 22, resolution number SMC 09-10-2019-GR-MWP authorizing San Miguel County to participate in the local government road fund match waiver. Mr. Arnold Lopez, Director.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and Commission. We are requesting approval of a resolution SMC 0910-2019 GR MWP, and this is granting us permission to enter into the match waiver program with DOT. This is for the project of the Gonzalez Ranch area. Their portion is $565,625. Our match would be $29,769, and we are going to request for a match waiver.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 23, approval of the 12-month extension specific to the 2018 CAP project between San Miguel County and the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the 8th Street Extension Project. Mr. Lopez.
Okay, this is an approval for a 12-month extension. These monies are specific to the 8th Street construction project. We anticipate completing this project. This is just a precaution in case weather doesn't permit us to complete the project, and that way we're already approved for a 12-month extension.
So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Nahar. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item number 24, approval of the 12-month extension specific to the 2018 co-op project between San Miguel County and the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the 8th Street Extension project.
This is also similar to the last item. We request permission for the extension.
So move, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 25, approval of 12-month extension specific to the 2018 school bus route project, SB 774-96219 project between San Miguel County and the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the 8th Street Extension project.
This is also another funding source that is similar to the last two.
So move, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second.
second by Commissioner Trujillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 26, Public Works Division report for the month of August 2019. Information purpose only.
Thank you. So I'm going to keep it brief. I'm going to let you know where we're basically at. Commissioner Valera stepped out, but I was going to notify her that we were in San Jose today doing pothole repair. So we addressed all that road, all the issues that are on San Jose Road. So I'm sure she would have been happy to hear that. Anyways, we're there. We're up in Cañoncito, A4A. We had another issue that Commissioner Trujillo had requested where we widened the road. We extended the culvert, that one safety issue concern of one of your constituents. We addressed that. I don't know if you've had any input from him, but we did widen the road, and I think it's going to suffice. You might, if you can, contact him and see what kind of input he gives you. We'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then also, we've been over in Rincona area addressing, some erosion and stuff like that over in that area. So we pulled maintenance up in all the county roads in the Rincona area. We hauled material, addressed bad spots. We also went into the Chapel area and addressed the potholes today.
Thank you.
So apparently, they got most of them. I think they just lacked 3. And now that Commissioner Varela's back, I will repeat myself. That's okay. We were in the San Jose area the last couple of days doing all the pothole repairs. So we did blade patching. We hauled down quite a few tons of asphalt, and we addressed all the issues on that road. So you should get some good input there. You're welcome. But that's pretty much it. I'll stand for any requests or questions.
Yeah, and I was wondering about that guardrail along the Acequia and East Pecos that we looked at about a year and a half ago.
Right.
Do we have the materials, or is that something we still need engineering though, right?
Yeah, that's something that the engineer would have to design and specify, again, for liability reasons, and then also we'd have to seek a funding source for that.
Budget right now for that?
Nothing that we budgeted for that guardrail, no ma'am.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
You're welcome, thank you. And I need some signatures too, please.
We move on to item number 27, bank transfers for the month of August. Ms. Bertha Bustamante.
I told Ms. Bustamante that I'd present this item for her. So for the month of August, there were 6 different transfers. The first one was for $250,000 as a budgeted transfer from the general account to the detention account. The next one was $94. It was an amount that we received from the New Mexico EM&RD that belonged to the fire account. The next one, $257,881.50. That's for one of our payrolls. The number 10 was for $3,046. It's something that we received from the Department of Health EMS Bureau, and those funds belong in the fire account. Number 11 are for payroll checks for the pay period date of 8/29, and number 12 is for the September HAP payments in the amount of $55,510.
Any questions? Move on to item number 28. FY 1920 budget approval, information purpose only. Ms. Melissa.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we received notification from DFA stating that our budget was approved. There's a letter that's attached in your packet. They wanted to make sure that we know, due to the estimated expenditures and transfers that exceeded the estimated revenue, that our cash balance is being depleted, and we're asked to have careful control of expenditures and attention to revenue collection efforts to avoid further depletion of the reserves. As I mentioned during the budget hearings, we actually are knowingly drawing down those cash reserves by one-time projects that had been funded, and it calls for the approval of the budget to be made mentioned in the minutes of the commission meeting. So it's just for informational purposes and to be recorded and made part of the minutes.
Any questions? Item 29, accounts payable report for the period of July 2018. The presenter, Ms. Melinda Gonzalez.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I have 2 reports for you. One that's generated off of our system, through our Tyler system, and the other one through the Bernalillo County, who issues payments on behalf of our housing program. And they're for the period of July 2019.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 30, resolution 2019-09-10-F1. Ms. Melinda.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I have a budget adjustment resolution for you, and let me kind of let you know what's on this. There's a small adjustment of $120.05 for our Vehicle Capital Outlay Fund 220. For our Office of Emergency Management, we're asking to expend $3,150 of the cash balance for some alarm system items that we need to get. Fund 527, which is our Cabo Lucero EMS fund. It's to budget the $3,046 award that we received. For the detention center, there's 2 adjustments. One is to back out a grant in the amount of $8,000. For the gardening center, we're only receiving the first $8,045. And then the last one with the detention center is a grant that our warden was able to secure in the amount of $400,355 for the intervention IDP funding.
Do I have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Garcia, second by Commissioner Varela. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 31, budget report for the period of July 1st, 2019 through July 31st, 2019. Ms. Melinda?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this is a budget report. It's the same type of budget report that I've been providing throughout. But because we began the fiscal year, this one's just reflective of only 1 month. So it's a 1 month period to date for fiscal year 1920. It's for informational purposes only.
Any questions? Item number 32, cash balance report for the month of July 2019.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this reports our cash balances that we have for each of our funds.
Any questions? Item number 33, journal entry report for the month of July 2019. Ms. Melinda?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this report is of all journal entries that were physically made during the month of July 2019 to our Tyler system.
Any questions? Item number 34, receipt report for the month of July 2019. Ms. Melinda?
Madam Chair and Commissioners, this report are all the receipts that were received by our County Treasurer's Office for the period of July 2019.
Item number 35, update on pending litigations. Presenter, Mr. David Romero, San Miguel County Attorney. Do you have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Motion by Commissioner Garcia,
Second?
second by Commissioner Nahad. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We go into